no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Weezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Weezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Weezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, UA. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. UA, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans Top 16. We are officially letting 32 teams have a chance to compete for an $1,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds. And now that 32 has been reduced to 16 teams making it through the qualifiers. Currently, we are looking at a live bracket, and it'll be getting closer and closer to that grand finals position as everybody that you see today will be battling for the top 8. My name is Steph Weezy, and I also got Kronos on the desk. How you doing, Kronos? An amazing time for the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament. I'm excited to see Wildcards and Team Logo go up first on this amazing tournament. How do you feel about it?
I feel great, BZ, and you couldn't have said it any better. Bright and early here in India, but over there in North America, we got the teams competing for the top 8. That big cash prize that we got going about for $1,000, and that 10,000 diamonds, if I'm not wrong. 100,000 diamonds, isn't it?
100,000 diamonds, yes, sir.
100,000 diamonds. That's a lot. That's a lot of diamonds. That is about a lot of basic skins and a lot of epic skins, I can say. And coming to the draft phase, we have Wildcards on the blue side and Team No Logo on the red. And Wildcard taking away the fanny. Don't want to get picked off early. Don't want to give that early advantage to the opponent, while making sure that they can secure a really good jungler for themselves too.
That's right. That Fanny has definitely been a menace inside of the jungle, right? Able to bridge the early game, get those early pickoffs, and it requires suppression to be able to stop her in her tracks. So I'm not against it. Typically, we see this more in North America when you're not really sure who you're going against, right? You want to make sure you take out that Fanny, as Fanny requires almost a full team to kind of counter it nowadays. So I think it's a smart decision. Like I said, this is still best of 1. This is the battle for the top 8. It's just like the qualifiers. It's make it or break it in a best of 1.
No, well, at the same time, we see Valentina being banned out, given the fact that it is a best of 1. You don't want any surprises coming in from the side of Team Wildcards for Team No Logo. And we see a Lunox being banned out. That can only tell me that they've done a little bit of research on Team No Logo, or either they want to go for a tanky composition, try not to give away all that penetration magic damage that comes in from the dark form and the light form that's going on with the Ruby D combo as well. That's a really good gap closer for Lunox. And BM and Arlot being banned out, something you and I can both agree on, especially being on the red side, not something you want to give away as a first pick. At the same time, we see a Kufra being taken out, one of the meta heroes, meta roamers in this game at this moment. And for this last ban, I would be looking at a Novaria. What do you got to say about that?
I mean, I'm definitely right there with you, right? Novaria is the perfect hero to ban out right now. Now, I know we kind of had a little bit of a conversation about it yesterday, right? Some teams have been finding a strategy where they throw out that Novaria as bait and let a team first pick it because they're not too worried about it as much. But in North America, I feel like she's still a little bit of a threat, but I would like for a team to implement that strategy and find ways to work around it, because when you do that, you'll open up more creativity in the draft to kind of, for one, let them pick somebody you're comfortable against playing with, and then also being able to profit with the 2 picks after that. But looks like they're not ready for that stage yet. They're going to go ahead and take out this Novaria, which means everything's been checked off in terms of like upcoming meta, right? The Novaria, the Arlot, I'm okay with that. Now, Kaja's still on the table. It could definitely be a problem. We've seen teams first select that Eve as well. And there goes the Eve on top of that, as we just mentioned. So it looks like that's the game plan for the Wildcards.
Man, you seem to be on fire right now. And to counter the Eve, I can say that there's got to be Kadita out around there somewhere. We got to have that mermaid, the salmon of the land of dawn, going in and jumping in with the rough waves on this Eve to make sure she doesn't have a great time today in July. And at the same time, Craxy probably looking at maybe a Uranus. I could say pick up an EXP laner, maybe a Lapu Lapu, maybe the Yuzhong at this point. But they go ahead with the Kaja because we've been seeing that Kaja is not something that goes ahead apart from this first draft phase. However, they choose not to go for a mage, and they just go for the Beatrix here, a much more safer option, knowing that the opponents have already picked out Eve in their mid laner, and they got a little breathing room to actually pick out their mid laner now, given that it'll take some time for them to just giving away, not giving it too much information as to see what they can pick up. Now we can see that they're gonna respond maybe with another roamer in the form of Lolita and maybe a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Eve, we talked about the Kaja, both meta picks, but yeah, the Beatrix being slotted in there as well, one of the strongest marksmen so far. And Leslie, typically we've been seeing getting slotted on the opposite side. Now, there goes that health cart. It's starting to make more of a reoccurring appearance in North America, but something that is a little out of the ordinary is this Hylos pick over there by Jay. So I'm excited to see where they go with it. That is going to possibly be the roam, but I have seen teams slot that Hylos in the XP position as well. So I wonder if they're going to try that out or if they're going to go for that standard roam position. But 1 pick left on the board. Let's see if Cardinals can figure out what it is.
Oh. At this point, I would say they should go for the Kadita. They should not let it go to the second phase of the draft, because once it goes to the second phase of the draft, you know that's going to get banned out, because you want your Yve to have a really comfortable time, not only in lane, even while setting up their real world manipulation. However, they go in for the jungler. They lock in this Ling, who is also a counter to this Yve, forgetting that I'm myself forgetting that this is the assassin meta. So we have an assassin all out brawl going on here with Helkert and Ling, and at the same time we see the Leslie being banned out, so that the Beatrix here and Savage Zoner gets a little bit easier lane, and I could say. At the same time, make sure they do not pick off their EXP laner, not get any free hits, not make it a hard time for Link to choose between two targets, and banning out this Lapu Lapu to make sure they have this front to back composition going on really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the Ling being picked up here, right? They already have suppression on their table. Now, something they need in this composition, though, is group CC. They need to pick up a fighter who can make up for that, or a mage. The E's already been taken off the table. That would have been a great hero to provide that CC for the group, but you did mention that Kadita is still, nope, Kadita's gone now. Just got banned out. Bans have been finalized for both sides. TNL trying to go for the marksman route, trying to limit who can give this Beatrix a problem. We mentioned the Leslie, and now it's off the table alongside the Brody. The Brody, who would have been a great pickup, especially when you're going against the Ling, who could dive inside of that turret, but if he hits that corrosive strike, it's a stun, and he can flicker backward with the mobility as a safe means of escape. But Claude is still on the table. Do TNL allow this to walk? Because I guess they banned it out. They have to now, and that may be the answer that they need to be able to have survivability inside of the gold lane.
I was about to say Claude is the only marksman that I can see left being picked up right now, unless we got a strat where they go for the Ixia, not something we've seen so far. And speaking of, they're hovering over this Claude. I do like this Faramis pick though, where he can use a Cult Elder to actually save the Beatrix or the Ling from harm's way. At the same time, you have a Shadow Stampede for a little bit of engage in a setup. And the Ghostbusters actually provide a lot of damage, so they have an even distribution, I could say, in terms of magic and physical damage. Yes, slightly leaning over to the physical part. However, we do see Ispa here going in for the Claude. I believe we saw him previously as well on this Claude being quite a menace to society, and we have them closing out this draft with Tonchers going on this Yu Zong, and Craxy here with his signature Uranus.
Now, I don't know about the Uranus pick, only because I feel like they needed some CC on their team. I would have even settled for the Esmeralda in that place, but even, well, the Lapu Lapu was banned out. Anything that could have provided group CC. So the only slow and CC they really have on their team is going to come from Yamate on this Kajin. I just feel like it's not enough, right? When you're looking at wild cards, they have a pretty strong composition. Everything has been checked off the board. Group CC from the Eve and the slow, the mobility and the survivability in the gold lane for that Claude, which can kind of keep himself at bay against the Beatrix. Not to mention, you also have this Helkert who can blind everybody on the map with the Darkness Falls. The only X factor that I'm seeing is Jay on this Hylos. Not really my cup of tea or a roam that I would have slotted in when you had pretty much everybody still available for the choosing. But time will tell if this pick was meant to kind of determine a part of this game, and I'm really going to be focusing on Jay. What can he provide for his team? As ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the battle for the top 8 of the Nighthorde and Mobile Saiyans tournament. 16 teams left standing. Today is a best of 1, and only 8 teams will move forward. And we are watching the wild cards going up against the no logo.
It's true, cards against the no logo and fighting for a place in the top 8. You said something about not liking the pick of the Uranus. However, I think it's a really good, I think it's a good pick overall, because it makes sure to keep this Yu Zong and Tonksers in check actually, and provides a lot of lane pressure to make sure Tonksers doesn't really have the time to rotate. And as we speak, we see the first blood going in towards this Uranus. Craxy here trying to prove us wrong at the same time that Uranus is a good pick. And something we can see that's not really common is Craxy here running the Brave Smite emblem, not something over the Impure Rage that we've been seeing that's picked often.
Now, I'm okay with the Brave Smite, only because it's like having additional spell vamp, which means every time Craxy uses his skills, he'll get some additional regen. So he's just playing for survivability instead of damage, and that's okay. But speaking of damage, see that Brave Smite right there definitely kept him alive. He would have fell right there to Miles. had he had the Imperial Rage. But this just boils back to the first kill we just seen, right? Tonksers on this Yuzong. We got to kind of break that down. He was overcommitted, only 1 minute in, used his Petrify, and went in trying to get a kill when the odds were not in his favor. And I feel like that's just a lack of discipline, right? You don't need to get the kill that early. Your whole objective is to farm, get that level 4 on this Yuzong, to be able to have that Black Dragon for this first neutral objective, Turtle, which will be spawning in 10 seconds.
Absolutely right there. Just a lack of discipline, disrespect going in towards the side of no logo. They don't want to take that. Craxy over here saying, hey, not something you want to see every day. Going in with the Ionic Edge.
Ooh, it's going to go in, but wait a minute. JY21 going to go ahead and try and help him out, but did get hit with the Furious Dive for a little bit of chip damage. Turtle has spawned in, though. And now the question of the day is, who will be able to seize this opportunity, as you are seeing Miles already pull the aggro?
Yeah, when it comes to taking the turtle, right at this point, you can see the power spike of the Black Dragon. Dark Knight Falls going in, secures the turtle.
And you are going to see the manipulation drop down. Tonksers is going to find Yamate. One member falling for the no logo. But wait a minute. You may see another member fall in the mid lane as the Deadly Stingers goes out. But Craxy going to shut down Miles. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. 2-to-1 on the board. The no logo leading the way. But losing in the economy is that first turtle went over to the wild cards.
That was a real good turtle take from wildcards, because they did have the advantage there for and when it comes to power spikes in the terms of getting your ultimates, especially with that Black Dragon form and Dark Knight Falls when they use it at the same time. That gives a lot of space for their team to actually secure neutral objectives. But here we can see Craxy absolutely going insane. Got 2 kills on the board, making sure he can farm up, get his items a little quicker, and just going to be a pain sooner or later, because at this point, if nobody can burst him down, the only way he's going to get down is through all these basic attacks coming in from Claude. In the meantime, we do see Yamate going in for a jungle steal, however, does not connect. And Jay and Kaja here, will we see an engage?
Yeah, possibly we'll see an engage maybe on the way. We've been talking about Jay for a little bit, right? How does this Hylos fit into this composition? What was the deciding factor on slotting him for their roam? So far, he hasn't fallen, which is definitely promising, but I want to see him provide a lot of pressure in either the side lanes or trying to delay the farm rotation from Tomato over there on this Ling. But you are going to go ahead and see a possible battle on the way. Look at the 3-man setup, possibly for a gank on Espisanity.
Yeah, they sniffed that Kaja being around there. Nobody wants to get Divine Judgment into the turret, and then they just run away to make sure they can save this mid lane as well, where the Uranus once again getting some free farm in that gold shield. And at this point, I can say Uranus is probably the richest person on the map, just to ensure that he gets all his items, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it sure does seem to be. The Beatrix, however, is still ahead. Uranus not far behind. And this turtle, we see this turtle being reset, and then we should see a big engage coming in right now.
Yeah, should be looking for a possible engage on the way. Claude already did pick up that Demon Hunter sword to kind of soak in to the members on the no logo. But the battle on the way, Savage gonna get a kill, take down Jade. Manipulation dropping down with the tips of blades, but BMI goes in with the blazing duet into Sanity. Is gonna take down Tomato. But wait a minute, Miles Morales, unable to swing away like Spider-Man, is gonna be bursted down by Thanos. A little bit of that Marvel for those Marvel fans out there playing. But anyway, back into the game. You are going to go ahead and see the no logo having a slight advantage with their offensive pressure not being matched in defense from wildcards, and down goes their turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, and knowing that the wildcards actually have priority over the turtle, but then you have the Divine Judgment from Yamate coming in, which actually provides so much space for their team just to make sure that nobody gets caught up and suppressed. And once somebody's suppressed, everybody just goes in, like we saw, right? The Tempest of Blink being used at the same time. July just making sure he provides utility for the team by using the real world manipulation. Ooh. At this point, he does have all. We see the concealed play from Kaja.
Does go in. He's going to force out the BMI for Insanity, but he's going to go back in and clear out that minion. They do have the assistance from Jay and July, which means Savage Owner and Yamate may not be able to seize this turret. Jay still providing some pressure, and this is what you need to do, right? One of their objectives is to keep this turret at all costs. Do not let Savage Owner stack up on this gold and lead the way as the ADC for the no logo. But look at it. A pincer maneuver may be on the way. They're just waiting to take the opportunity to proxy this lane.
Yeah, but you can see they all want to go all in for Jay with the Divine Judgment, the Nibiri's Passion being used as well, and he takes him down. That is a 1-for-0 trade, making sure they get this space just like you said, Dweezy, just trying to take this turret down, open up the space for Savage's owner to make sure he can farm up and move around the map more often.
Well, I definitely agree with you on that, but I feel like you've seen that the Divine Judgment went out. It's been Sanity could have cleared out those minions with the Blazing Duet and a BMI. The only threat he really had right there was Savage Owner to take him down, and that would have been something I was willing to risk, right? I mean, you know you're not going to get hit with the Divine Judgment, so what really was the threat? Was it worth allowing them to push in that turret? He just kind of gave it away for free.
Yeah, Sanity must have noticed that Savage's owner already got the Blade of Despair, so got a lot of this damage. Now you can see the no logo going in with the 5-man jump in.
Is going to rush in. Glory's Pathway out. Savage Owners is going to find July. But the Black Dragon hovering around from Tonkstra is trying to find somebody to drop on. Is going to select Craxy as his target. But now the battle in the mid lane for the tier 2 turret. Simpson Blaze dropping down. Minions marching strong. And the Co-Alter activated the full stampede. Yamate is going to find Jay. Craxy is going to find Tonkstra. Insanity going to find Craxy. That is a 1-for-3 trade so far. And another turret falls into the hands of the no logo.
Was not such a good trade for wildcards, but at the same time they did get a shutdown on Craxy, so that was I can say you know, they get the spoilers in the entire fight. However, now that the no logo are quite ahead, Yamate actually putting in a lot of that pressure, making sure Miles Morales can't really get in with the Dark Knight Falls. At the same time, you can see that Savage's owner got the steel leg plates just to make sure he doesn't get burst down quite easily. And at this point, Miles Morales actually going in for the Hunter Strike route. Not something I would have preferred to see. I would have preferred to see a Demon Hunter Sword as first item just because it gives much more of an earlier power spike. But now since he's going for this, he should have a little bit of penetration along with that as well. And here you can see the Dominance Isis being coming out. And at the same time, Kaja going for the Dreadnought Armor, knowing that they do not have much magic damage in this Eve, who actually needs a little time to scale up, just to be using the real world manipulation as a utility at this point. And but so far, if you ask me, this high-low pick in Jay hasn't really been making much of an impression so far.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you. And I was wondering, when will the high-lows get online? I mean, look at his KDA right now. 0, 3, and 3. Jay having a hard time finding his place in this game, and he favored this high-lows pick, right? He had a majority of the roams to select in this draft, and he decided to go in for that pick, and I'm not seeing it profit at all. And I feel like this is one of the things that a lot of teams kind of struggle with is executing their draft, and that's what this boils down to. But wait a minute! Why did he use the Tempest of Blades right there? Just a little bit of showcase of power right there. You can definitely tell the no logo is very comfortable this game.
Yeah, with an 8K gold lead, that's just disrespect coming into the face of wildcards, knowing that there's nobody really to dive in onto this Ling. Yes, you have the Black Dragon form coming in from Tonkstra, but will he be able to catch a Ling who is so mobile with the Finch Poise, who can jump around these walls, have this entire map to go around? So really giving so much space. At this point, nobody's able to cast the Link. The Glorious Pathway being used, however, to no avail. Jay at this point can't really do much. He is supposed to be the primary engage for the team, however, can't really provide what the team needs. So at this point, you can just say that Jay is basically neutralized and not really a threat. Yes, you have the Ring of Punishment, but then there's not really much you can do about it if nobody's near you at this entire point. And with that, no logo really securing this first lore, and you can see Tomato once again just going and taunting them, and there's just little disrespect going because nobody really has the damage to burst down even a squishy Ling.
And, you know, I would have took any other roam in place of that Hylos, right? I mean, I would have been okay taking a Lolita. I would have been okay taking an Atlas, even a Minotaur in this situation, not to mention maybe even Suppression, since you do have a little bit of that CC provided by July and Tonksters. You could have took in the Franco, but no, they go in for this Hylos, and it's just not really providing much. But you are going to see the battle for the inhibitor. JY is going to take down July in the mid lane. Look at the sniper! Savage Owner going to go ahead and claim the inhibitor for the mid lane. Lord still sitting at about 60% HP. Down goes the inhibitor for the bottom side. as you are going to see the Haas class picked up from Savage Holders for some sustainability, ready to fight it out, ready to close this game out. The no logo looking like they're going to close this out, but how will Wildcards respond? You are seeing the Business Rage drop, not hit the mark. Glorious Pathway on the way. Late duet from Ispasanity from the back line. Savage Owner may fall in the process, is very far behind, but Tonks hovering around with the Black Dragon. Is going to go back to the base. Savage Owner is going to find Miles Morales. Can he get another? July is going to drop down the manipulation, but a double kill. Savage is going to take him down first, but it's an eye for an eye. Both of them take down each other. As July will find Savage. Cracks is going to find Ispasanity. That is a 1 for 3 trade so far. Jay going to take down Tomato. JY going to take down Jay. 2 for 4. Tonks is all by himself. Ring of Order connects. Craxy is going to take him down with the Iconic Edge, and that is all she wrote, as the no logo will be the first team to move on to the top 8, and down goes the Wildcards.
That was one hell of an intense finish, to be honest. That was a lot of ultimates being used. The engage coming from JY21 along with Yamate, just using the Call Altar and the Divine Judgment at the same time. But all this comes down to the fact that that last pick, Uranus, right? I know you were doubting that. You didn't really like that. You wanted some CC. But at the same time, they needed the map pressure coming in from the side of Team No Logo. So you had Craxy over there in the early minutes of the game taking down Tonksters to make sure he does not get to his power spike on time and giving this free farm away to Craxy when you need to burst him down. You can see he did not even go for the common emblem, went for the Enchanted Talisman route to get a lot of that cooldown reduction. Even though he had a late power spike, he did get that items early because he got those early kills. And you can see at this point that he didn't even finish building his boots. But yes, you have JY21, who's the MVP, who was all around the map, about a 90-95% kill participation rate. And in the side of team, in the side of the other side, they didn't really have much to do. They did have an even distribution of damage, but like you said, not so much CC coming in from Jay. Jay at this, like my friend Joey from Friends would say, was just a moot point.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. I mean, I feel like that game's just a battle of discipline, right? Like, for one, you mentioned Craxy able to get the early kill, taking down the Yuzong. No reason at all should a Yuzong fall within the first minute of a game, and he was looking for the fight, right? Yuzong was the one that initiated and overstayed his welcome, and anybody would definitely seize that opportunity if available. And you're right, that's when the Uranus started profiting, right? I think there's a couple of things that kind of boiled into it. Discipline from the teams, discipline in the draft as well, and executing the strategy that they worked together with inside of the draft. So that is going to be the first game of today finalized, and the No Logo will send Wildcards home. The No Logo is going to move on forward. Amazing team. I can't wait to see what they pull to the table next. But speaking of next, guys, we have 2 amazing teams ready to go head-to-head. It's going to be Apex Predator and Team Halfwits. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for match 2.
I will give you some. Hey guys, my name is Tefel, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard Talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard Talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core Talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the Core Talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Wind Talker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane.
Legendary!
Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill! Triple kill!
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies. Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Eruditio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans Tournament, collaborating with the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and the House of Pisces, who have provided a $1,000 cash prize to the #1 team of this tournament, and not to mention 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. Today, we are officially on the top 16, all 16 teams battling for a position in the top 8. Match 1 just finished, and we are now on the way for game 2, as we are going to be seeing Apex Predator go head-to-head against Team Halfwits. It is still a best of 1. Whoever wins here will gain their seat in the top 8, and whoever loses will be sent home. Today we got an amazing caster all the way from India to break down these engagements, and I'll be casting side by side with him. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Kronos is in the building. Let's go ahead and stop on over and see how he's doing. And there he is, the man with the plan, Kronos.
Hey, thanks once again for the wonderful introduction. And we see at this point, when it comes down to Team Halfwits versus Team Apex Predators, we've seen both of them doing really well in the previous stages of the tournament, right? But the question is, do they got it? Do they got what it takes for a best of 1? Because a best of 1 is where you can be out of these pocket picks. We've seen an Argus in the jungle. We've seen a Gadokacha being picked up. We've seen Hylos being picked up. Now, what can we see from both these teams? I would want to see a pocket pick come out from either one. So at this point, you can only say the bans should be little traditional bans. Take out the Fanny, take out the Fredrin, take out, some of the Uranus maybe, a Novaria. All these bans I can see going out. But when it comes to see what game plan does Halfwits have against Apex Predators. What do you got to say about that?
I mean, you definitely make some excellent points, right? I mean, looking at these two teams, Apex Predator, I actually got to know, I believe they used to have Ixia on their team. I don't think he's over there anymore, but I know that they've been competing since pretty much the beginning of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? They never really got to make it to top 8, but they've always been a part of every single North American Challenger tournament, and they just have a little bit of roster changes, but you can definitely tell the passion, the eager is there, but they got to be able to execute, and that's what we're going to be looking forward to watching today. Team Halfwits, a little bit of a newer team for me to be able to witness, but I do know Bujoy. He does hit me up time and time again trying to get some scrims for his team going, so they have been practicing. This is a team that is willing to go the extra mile to get what they have deserved for all of their hard work and all of their dedication. So we're going to be able to see an excellent game today between two amazing teams trying to carve their way into the North American scene.
Yeah, well, you spoke out of Bujoy. I want to highlight Vincent over here, because in the previous game, I know we said the same thing. We never saw them. We haven't seen a lot of them, but we saw Vincent rocking that Franco, right? Getting those hooks left, right, and center. He was being a menace in that game entirely. So I would like to see him pick up this Franco once again, provide that suppression, provide that gap closer with that iron hook to make sure his team has an engage tool. So that makes it a big initiation coming in, especially when they're not afraid. What I've noticed is once he gets a hook, they're not afraid if it's a tank, if it's a mage, if it's an EXP laner, any one of them. It could be one one of those chonky boys, all you gotta do is just hunt him down, and next thing you know, he gets bursted, and it's just a 5v4 after that, and then they go for the neutral objectives. So that is something I would like to highlight, what I've seen from the previous game coming in from Vincent. And here, Team Halfwits banning out a comfortable marksman, which I know each and every marksman, each and every goal laner in this world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang must have played Beatrix, and I have Beatrix up their arsenal. So having that banned out really does put Team Apex Predator not really into a corner, but a block in their mindset, especially knowing that they've taken out the Valentina as well. And this Arlot ban, not really something I would argue with. Maybe I could see it, maybe a Fanny being banned out, or possibly a Kaja.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaja would definitely be an excellent selection, right? Trying to limit some of the suppression. Typically, when we see that get banned out, it's for a team trying to go in for the assassin. I love how you kind of mentioned that Beatrix being banned out as well. That is a little interesting, considering we don't see that too often in the early phase of the draft. And that's going to allow possible meta to walk against them. And are they comfortable taking that risk? What player over there did they see dominate with that Beatrix? Because I'd love to see, maybe like you said, it's probably a comfort pick that they're trying to limit the hero pool for Apex Predators. That's what I'm kind of looking forward to watching. But I mean, looking at what's available, the Navaria is still walking. First pick is for the Halfwits. Do they pick it up? Will Apex Predator let that walk, or do they bait it out? Because if not, what we see time and time again, wait a minute, 2 unorthodox bans so far. The Uranus gets taken out as well.
Well, we saw what Uranus could do in the last game, and they're banning it out. And this is something I've seen a lot coming in from other teams, right? The Joy being banned out as the last ban. Not really a fan of it. You always have this Novaria open that you want to be banning out. Joy, I don't know, have we spoken about this before as Wheezy? I'm not really a big fan of the Joy ban. But it seems like Team Apex Predators might have a hard time with that, so they just wanted to take that away. So at this point, I would assume, you know what, just be gutsy, man. Go for the first pick, Franco. Vincent, you were doing so well on that. Why would you want to give it away?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if they do go in for a first pick, Franco. I mean, that will give them suppression. The Kaja is still a viable option here, but the Eve is still available for the taking, especially with that Valentina being taken off the board. And there it goes. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Eve, something that we've been seeing a little bit more common today in North America's side of drafting. And now, 2 responses possibly on the way. Who do we think we're picking up?
I'm about to say, we've been noticing this pattern coming in from every team. When they have the second pick, they always get the Kaja for free. Yes, you take a powerhouse pick in terms of Eve, maybe a Novaria, maybe maybe a Lapu Lapu, maybe a really fancy jungler line the side of Fanny or Ling. Yes, you have that first pick, but we have the second pick. We have 2 options that we can take away from you at the same time. We can counter you, and we can take an overpowered pick since we left the draft quite open. Here we can see the Kaja possibly being picked up, and Loaf really did a really good job in the previous match yesterday, and he was really fantastic on the Kaja. I believe he was a 0-1-17 KDA, and then we have Soriano on this Yuzong. This is again looks like deja vu coming in to me, where we have this Black Dragon going to be diving on this Eve.
Yeah, and right now, speaking of that Eve that you mentioned, these are 2 picks that is going to give Eve a hard time with placement, right? The Black Dragon, like you mentioned, can definitely hover around and drop down, which is stationary with that manipulation. Even with that flicker, you're only moving a few feet forward, left or right or backward in one direction. So Yuzong definitely going to bait out that flicker and drop down, and that may be a problem for Gnochi. And then also Loaf on this Kaja does have that Divine Judgment to be able to grab him up as well for a possible pickoff, and also limit the pickup potential of a possible assassin. And then I gotta kind of mention, between the Yuzong and the Kaja, when a Kaja slotted, I'd like to see a fighter that has group CC, and that is what the Yuzong offers. But here's something interesting that we don't see every day. The Terizla slotted alongside the Florian.
All right, look, yes, you have the Terizla, who provides a lot of the utility, a lot of that CC, the gap closure coming in the flicker penalty zone. But then this Florian, not something really you see quite often. Yes, you have the global heal, and one thing I would like to mention about this Florence global heal that it does not get affected by Dominance Isis or Necklace of Uranus. So the anti-heal items that you actually pick does not make much of a difference to that heal, because it cancels out, because it's just, and it can be at any time, any point where you want it. So yes, you have that, but would you want to pick it up so early though? Like, it's not something people would ban out. Yes, you could have taken that towards the later phase of the draft stage. but then picking it up so early, yes, it's a little questionable to me. Vincent was doing so well on that Franco. I don't know why he's going for the support right now. So lacks that CC and the suppression that we were talking about, especially now that they picked up the Kaja. And then now they have Rico here on the X-Borg, choosing to go the route for a fighter jungler, looking at the Terizla pick. I think it's just an answer to the Terizla pick, since you can't go an assassin route right now. Yes, you have a tanky fighter, but then again, not something you will want to see on an assassin meta.
Yeah, I mean, I do expect this export. It could still be slotted in the jungle. Yeah, it will be slotted in the jungle because you do have the Yuzong. Now, the X-Borg is another answer to the Eve as well, right? You have that last insanity to be able to get into the back line and just drop that bomb on her and take her down. So these are 3 heroes all who counter the mage, which is going to give Ganochi even harder of a time than it was already. The Florian, I definitely want to see how this kind of plays in. It's kind of like Florian keeping everybody alive, while Yosef is the one to kind of get those initial setups. Now, the question for Halfwits is, you are going against suppression. Are you going to go in for an assassin style jungle, or are you going to go more traditional? Pick up something like, I don't know, a Fredrin, or maybe even a Martis on this composition, or even a Lancelot could potentially work here. But as we are seeing the bans go through, they're trying to limit the mage pool from Apex Predator, and that's something we got to talk about as well. There are still some mages on the board that could still give Ganochi a hard time, so that is one of the things that you kind of hurt with when you pick that Eve so early in the draft.
Yeah, and then noticing that they take out this Kadita, where we spoke about in the previous game as well, that salmon of the land of Dawn, the mermaid, the sardine, whatever you want to call it, just gonna go in and jump in with that rough waves, give Noki a hard time. And they're not giving enough space, and then they got so much dive coming in. You don't want to give that Kadita away as well. We can see 3 dive heroes coming inside of Apex Predators, so at this point I can only imagine that they want to go completely dive, or could go for a front to back composition. As we can see, Halfwits really already have a front to back composition, and they ban out this Claude, where I think it would have been more beneficial for them because they were going for a dive composition. So not really, something really you could question. It's questionable. Maybe they're planning to go on a Brody just to have a little bit of siege potential.
Or the Leslie, because they don't want them to pick up Leslie and have that ultimate sniper for the vision on where Loaf will be with this Kaja. That's my only other thing that I can think of, is that the Leslie could have been a problem for the Claude. And so they're like, let's just take out the Claude and pick up the Leslie. But they could have just banned out Leslie there and still took the Claude and profited. So either way, I can't really make sense of why they didn't pick him up right there. The only thing that I can think of is that their marksman is not comfortable on it. So that may be a possible reason, because I feel like, just like what you were stating, that is the perfect piece for this puzzle. You slot in that Claude, he gets to the back line. Not only does he burst down Yosef with that Demon Hunter sword, but he also will burst down Ganochi by getting to him when that manipulation drops down, and he has the BMI for mobility to be able to escape that manipulation as well. But here's something I can stand behind, this Farza pick, right? 2 artillery mages have been slotted so far in the Land of Dawn. The Farza with the Feathered Airstrike can be a possible problem if left unchecked.
Yeah, that's a really good pick going in there. I believe they want to, now looking at the Farsa pick, you can understand why they possibly banned out this Cloud. They want to go for a front to back composition. And looking at the draft phase so far, nobody really batting an eye to Novaria, even though this mage has had 100% pick or ban rate throughout the tournament. I believe this is the first time we've seen it let it go, not only in the ban phase, but also not being picked up. And then we see the carry being picked up here, who is a good pick, I would like to say, but then you got to get so close, especially in the face of a Kaja, where he has the Divine Judgment, the Furious Dive coming in from Yuzong, the Last Insanity coming in from X-Borg. You have the Feather Airstrike that has such high range, such a long range. So I'm not really sure about this carry pick here, but however, you have Vincent on this floor and who can help him sustain a little longer than you need. But then Amboy here going with the Alpha, probably going to show an Alpha Classic, you never know, and a non-meta pick coming in from the Irithel. I'm not sure about that pick. Makes me want to scratch my head a little bit.
I think that was like, it just boils down to hero pool, right? They wanted somebody who has mobility still, and that's probably the last thing they have in their toolbox right now. I didn't understand the Claude ban. I feel like they still could have got the Farza in this draft, and they could have got the Claude, right? The Mage was already slaughtered for Wits, so you could have taken that Claude and then last picked the Farza and still been okay, or you could have picked up the Novaria and profited from that as well. So the draft has been finalized, and as we are slowly making our way into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Halfwits versus Apex Predator. We are watching both teams trying to fight it out in the top 16 for a seat in the top 8 in this amazing best of 1. Who will be able to prevail? Will it be the X-Borg jungle taking the lead over there for the side of Apex Predator, or will it be on the other side, the Alpha jungle led for Team Halfwits?
Well said. Will we see X-Borg prevailing, or will we see Alpha? Since we have both fighters in the jungler role, we don't have an assassin here, so we can expect that both the mages will have an easier time, but then knowing that both these junglers have a dive coming in from each of them to make it easier to have a gap closer, which would give them slightly a hard time. However, I do see, like the draft coming from Apex Predator. Here we see a little bit of a skirmish happening in the bot lane. Here, Farsa going in, flicker. You force the flicker coming in from Yosef. Not something you want to see quite early in the game, especially knowing that you'll need it before the turtle comes up.
And he does have that Brave Smite. I mean, look at how much HP he got back already. He doesn't even need to recall right there. I'm kind of scratching my head on that. You could have just stayed alive. All you have to do is use the Brave Smite to your advantage. He would have been able to get full HP by just clearing those minions. And there it goes again, like I said, boiling down to execution.
Yeah, we have the last Insanity coming out onto Mboy, who's caught out of position between a rock and a hard place right now. Quite low, being chased down by 3 of them. And the first blood goes to Irithel on Kelly. We were questioning that pick, but that does give a lot of mobility. So I could say working out so far, Weezy?
It's hard to tell because I wouldn't, even if it was it could have even been Layla right there. The positioning from Mboy kind of led to that disastrous play right there. I think they just need to take it a little bit more slow, right? Wait for the other side to make the mistake. Don't walk into the trap that they're setting for you.
Yeah, at this point we can see that Rico just going in for the gold crab. He probably has a level advantage over Mboy. He does, and then we see Vincent going in for the tough boots to make sure he doesn't get locked down to the CC and all the slows that come in from the side of Apex Predator, while you see the turtle being secured by the side of Apex Predator.
Yeah, you do see that turtle being secured, possibly on the way. No contest at all. They need this turtle, right? We want to see the X-Borg be able to scale in the early game, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. I mean, just looking at the matchup so far, right? We're looking at a carry going up against the Irithel. Not what you traditionally see time and time again, but the Irithel can play up close, and so can the carry. But neither of them have the Inspire, right? They're both running this flicker for the survivability, so it's really going to be crucial for Team Halfwits and Apex Predators to put some pressure in the gold lane to be able to get that early pickoff. I mean, you picked up this Kaja, right? Loaf needs to get over there, use that Divine Judgment, and shut down Bujoy. But you are seeing Mboy and Vincent rotating together and not going to possibly let that happen, as Jenny may wrap around for a possible play. Jenny, again, we have to mention, running this Farza. Didn't go in for the Navaria, went in for the Farza, which means he does have the artillery, has that extended range for some additional pickoffs as well. If Loaf and Jenny can rotate around these side lanes, it can definitely smell disaster for Team Halfwits.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good coming in from both the teams. Yes, Apex Predator have a slight bit of a lead, but you can see this X-Borg jungle actually doing wonders for them, able to have a really fast jungle clear. And here you see Irithel going in with the ultimate, and Jenny as well going. And will we see a Feathers? Yes, we do. And the Divine Judgment being used on this Florin, as we spoke about this before in the draft. Florin really not such a great pick to be picked up where you lack a lot of CC. Yes, you have the Sprout coming in from the second skill, but however, we see Alpha using the Alpha charge just to disengage. And once again, the Florin pick, Florin just being caught off guard, or maybe Loaf just having that flicker and having that tool to go in with a Divine Judgment, just suppressing her down to make sure she get secure a kill on the side of Apex Predator, who got the kill score now to 2-0.
And I like right now the focus with Jenny, right? A huge impact for the team. Rotating around in that bush, not being spotted out, just waiting for Yosef to be aggressive, trying to fight Soriano. Then gets the stun and a feathered airstrike, and that may be all she wrote. And this is what you need from your mage, right? They're not able to make anything happen, but just the mentality, right? The hunger to kind of lead the way in the early game is what separates the great from the good. And if they keep that up, they will be able to have an easy game. We need to see Team Halfwits with that same mentality, right? They need to rotate to the side lanes as well. Either counter against it or go to the opposing lane and do a pickoff for a trade, as this is the second turtle that we've been able to see secured with no contest so far, but battle on the top side.
Yeah, battle on the top side. You see Jenny goes in with a bird form to actually get something down. However, the feather airstrike takes down Bujoy quite low, and the bloom being used quite early to make sure that Bujoy survives. Yes, we have Divine Judgment coming in from Loaf. However, uses the alpha charge. Mboy uses that to get away, and that was a good engage coming in. However, Jenny using the feather airstrike quite early just to chunk down Bujoy was not able to have that damage to actually take Mboy down, who is the jungler, but quite a tanky one as well, since he's a fighter. And we see 4 people coming in the top lane. Kelly going in, and the skill being secured by Jenny once again. Bujoy being caught hard here, and at this point you can say they're rotating towards the side of Kelly, knowing that Kelly is not that much of a threat actually, unless it gets to the late game where the Irithel does need the power spike. And at this point, all going according to plan, isn't it, for Apex Predators, Weezy?
Yeah, all going to plan indeed. I mean, it just boils down to the hunger and the execution, being at the right place at the right time. But speaking at the right place at the right time, the battle over the purple buff on the way.
Yeah, we see the real world manipulation being used. Alpha charge going in on Jenny. Jenny flickers out. Yes, you have the last insanity being used. Bloom being used as well, just to give a little bit of survivability. But that true damage that comes in from Rico after getting his passive stacked up was just too much for Alpha Mboy to take in. And that was quite a lot of damage. And Mboy just going down and not really able to have an impact on this game with a kill score of 0-2-0.
Yeah, not having the most crucial game so far. I mean, nobody has gotten a kill so far for Team Halfwits, right? 4-0, nothing has been traded. They're able to get both turtles for Apex Predator and also able to claim the turret for the top side. You need to find answers, and you need to find them fast, as you're looking at a 3,000 gold lead already on the way, but Kelly may be in a bad situation.
Bujoy over there, slight bit of a misplay, misses the skill 1 onto Kelly, using it the other side, and that gives a little bit of space to Kelly, just a little bit of micro misplay that give Kelly a little bit of room to actually survive. So now we can see Jenny here providing all the help towards Kelly to make sure nothing happens, and meanwhile the turtle should be easy take for Rico. The Black Dragon form being used on the Mboy. They're going in quite deep here. And Yosef being zoned out by the Black Dragon as well. Will he go in with the Fury Dive? He does not. And that's just to disengage.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and disengage right there. But the concealed play on the way. Loaf.
And then he goes in, and however, you see that Feather Airstrike taking down Bujoy and on a killing spree, Jenny. Alpha Charge once again just being used to disengage. Noki, however, uses the real world manipulation, but then that was just quite a bit of a miscommunication, coming a little too late after Alpha uses the Alpha Charge just to disengage. So not Team Halfwits really not being here on the same page, probably half-witted when it comes to each and every team fight.
Yeah, didn't execute that Divine Judgment, but still unanswered. No kills for Team Halfwits. We're 8 minutes in, but there goes another kill. Make that 6 on the board for Apex Predator as a Feather Airstrike drops down and Ganochi forced out of that tier 2 turret. I mean, looking at the item so far, right? It's 6,300 gold for this Irithel, already up by 1,200 on Bujoy, who only picked up 2 items so far. You are seeing that Scarlet Phantom and that Windtalker built up, that attack speed and that crit for this Irithel we don't see too often. And Kelly making the most out of the situation, already going to claim yet another turret for the top side, strip down the inhibitor for the top lane. Team Halfwits in a huge deficit, 6k gold lead right now for Apex Predator, who's having an amazing time. And it started from Jenny, right? Rotating around, got an assistance from Low for a first kill, and now leading the way, 3-0-1 KDA tied with Kelly. Overall, flawless execution. We got to see Vincent kind of get online, do something for the team with this Florian pick, but the battle of the orange buff on the way.
And the Divine Judgment going on to Mboy. Mboy, however, used the Alpha Charge to just secure the penalty zone being used as well. The Feather Airstrike flickered, and the Black Dragon form along with the real world manipulation being used. Yes, Kelly goes in with a heavy crossbow, however, gets a triple kill in that process, and that was a lot of damage coming in from the side of Jenny, and Kelly just there to secure all of those kills. And at this point, Irithel is just on 6-0-2. Yes, Kelly's #1 dog. Yes, you are #1 dog.
Golly, I think the K in Kelly stands for killer, as she has been slaying Halfwits right now with ease, not having any trouble. 6-0-2 KDA, has 75% of the kills for the entire team. 6 times the amount of kills as Team Halfwits team has combined for this entire game, and there goes another neutral objective into the hands of Apex Predator. They have a huge advantage of power when it comes to who is controlling this game. I mean, look at their turrets. Barely any damage, barely a scratch for the mid lane. The rest haven't even taken a single hit yet from minions or teammates from the side of Team Halfwits, and they are hanging in there by a thread. They need to find a way to get comfortable, get a game plan, and turn this around. You have the carry who can scale through time, who can be that heavy hitter, who can burst down Rico, AP Soriano, and then you also have this Alpha for the setup with the charge to be able to get that set that Bujo is looking for to get those pickoffs, and then Ganochi dropping down this manipulation while all that is happening is crucial. But right now, I feel like they're all rotating around, not at the same beat, right? They need to move in the same rhythm if they want a chance to be able to turn this around before it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely well said. They need to be on the same rhythm while we see the Lord and all 3 lanes being pushed in at the same time. Will we see an engage here? Loaf does have the conceal. He has the flicker. He goes in for the conceal play. He goes in the flicker, uses divine judgment right on the right target on Nyoki, and the everything on a godlike. And that Feather Edge tried to do a lot of damage as well. Kelly, you were right. That K stands for killer, all right. And then they got the top inhibitor turret. Will they go for a mid as well? However, they do not have that high ground to secure this mid lane. And it should be, the Furious Dive goes in. Petrify connects on the 2. Alpha Charge being used as well. Takes him down. The kill goes towards Bujoy. And that is a 1-for-1 trade. And however, to the benefit of Apex Predators, as they were able to take the top inhibitor. And that was, I could say, a slight breathing room given to Team Halfwits.
Yeah, slight breathing room, but still needing some assistance for their airline right now as they are struggling. They only have 2 of their inhibitor turrets left. Everything else has been stolen from them in this 11-minute game. We were mentioning Kelly sneaking in, picking up yet another kill. 7-0-2. KDA already has the Demon Hunter Sword and the Berserker's Fury. I mean, since the last time he pulled up the items 3 minutes ago, you're looking at Bujoy still not picking up yet another core item. He still is only holding on to the Corrosive Sight and also the Golden Staff, so it's not really working in their favor. They need to protect their marksman at all costs. He needs to play safe, become the ADC that they're looking for. But I don't know if Apex Predator will allow this. For the side of Apex Predator, this is where they need to kind of close it out, right? They have the objectives. They have the item deficit. There it goes. Look at the Wind of Nature. Some secret items being slotted in. Bujoy going for that Oracle for some region. Mboy going for the Oracle for some region. Bujoy going for the Wind of Nature to be able to negate that physical damage. That's a start, right? Looks like they're trying to play defense to beat out that offense. But is it a little too late with this 9,000 gold difference? It may be hard to deal with as the Lord will spawn in, and it is going to be an enhanced one as well. So this may be all they need to be able to close this game out. Hopefully for Team Halfwits, right? They can play safe, group up, drop down a manipulation as that Lord comes in. Maybe Mboy can get a setup with the Alpha Charge. Vincent play from afar and provide the heals for the team that they need and be able to turn this around, because if not, you are looking at a heavy stacked Apex Predator with about a 10,000 gold lead, ready to march through the turret with the Luminous Lord.
At this point, I'm just looking at Yosef, right? You have the flicker, you have the penalty zone. You gotta make some flashy plays at this point, unless otherwise your team is not gonna have that engage. Apart from Mboy, who's been using the Alpha Charge mostly defensively at this entire game, and Kelly's #1 dog is just on fire at this point. Picked up probably the Malefic Roar at any point now. We'll see the Lord being marched in from the top lane really quick here. However, Mboy goes in to clear it out quite in. The concealed play, the Black Dragon being used as well. The Divine Judgment goes in on Alpha. However, use the Alpha Charge just to disengage once again. The Real World Manipulation being dropped as well. Last Insanity being used as well. He goes in, and then for their airstrike, Noki over there, and Mboy, Bujoy, everybody going down. 2 for nothing, 2 for 1 trade for the price of Loaf. You got another kill going in towards Kelly's #1 dog, who's on a legendary over here. Yosef going down. They're going in for the base right now. Kelly going in with the taunts, and this should be game, set, match for Apex Predators as they take this game and move on to the top 8 of this series.
My goodness, Kelly #1 dog, sending them to the pound for the Halfwits right there. Not having the easiest time at all. A one-sided score, 3-13, 14-minute flashy finish. Hey, that's a bar right there. Oh my goodness, we got to do that more often. But 8-0-3, MVP going into the hands of Kelly. An amazing game. Was at the right place at the right time. Didn't overextend. Trusted the team. We also got to give credit to Jenny Kim and Loaf, right? Both of them opening up the opportunity by getting to those side lanes nice and early for those pickoffs, right? Jenny had a huge part to play in this game. Went in for the arcane boots, had that pin nice and early, had some sustainability by picking up that Clock of Destiny, and then echoing with damage with that Lightning Truncheon, and then going in for the double pin with the Genius Wand and the Divine Glaive. When we look at Halfwits, right? When did the Magic defense pick up? Okay, you have Yosef that picked up the Magic shoes. Okay, I get it, the tough boots. You have Vincent who picked up the tough boots as well. Vincent is going to be roaming around, so they're not really focusing on doing damage to Vincent. They're not really going to focus on doing too much damage to Yosef until it comes to those 5v5 engagements. But when you look at the carry, right, built in for the steel leg plates, why would you go in for the steel leg plates? You're still going up against a Kaja who's going to grab you with the Divine Judgment and a Farza who's going to drop down those bombs, those feather airstrikes. You know these double magic damage dealers are coming for you nice and early, and no magic defense was slotted until you see the boots as the fourth item, and it was too late. 2-4-1 is what the finish was, and I feel like it was just a little bit of that itemization, but it was also just the tank mage domination when it came to the rotations being a little bit faster over there for Apex Predators. So an amazing game nonetheless. Apex Predators will be the team to move forward, and they're going to go ahead and send them home. And Kronos, man, an amazing time, right? Who would have thought? 14 minutes finish, one-sided story. I can't wait to see what Apex Predator has to pull in later inside of this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. We did question a couple of the picks coming in there with the Florin and the Irritel. One of them proving us wrong. Kelly over there, being the #1 dog that he is, will move on to the next phase of the tournament. And speaking of that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break for this Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament, and we will be back for the next match as soon as possible.
That's right, and next match is going to be BTK up against Pixies Unite, so don't go anywhere. If you guys do want to see MOBA Zayn and the #1 team leading North America go head-to-head against Pixies, we'll be right back with you guys momentarily after this break.
While increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. we recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies. Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Sina?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Sina Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Mobile Legend Bang Bang's new emblem system is about to launch. Master the new emblem system, unleash their potential, and conquer the battlefield. No matter which heroes you play, the new emblem system will open up new possibilities. In the new emblem system, talents will no longer be restricted to specific emblems and can be mixed and matched for greater customization and versatility on the battlefield. Imagine using Bargain Hunter with the Marksman emblem on Layla to gear up ahead of the enemy for an early power spike. Or Killing Spree on the Mage emblem for Guzhan to turn him into an even deadlier assassin that can pick off the enemy one after another. You can discover more ways to play your favorite heroes and really shake up the meta. We've streamlined the emblem types to make it easier to pick the right one. We've also optimized talents to focus on providing more options for your heroes. In terms of editing and applying emblem setups, it's now easier than ever to quickly adjust them on any hero. You can configure your talents in just 3 simple steps. When it comes to progression, your emblems will no longer cost battle points to upgrade, and your previous emblem levels will all carry over. Tailor your emblems to your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Ixia. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment, because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia Ixia skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane. Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament. A chance for 32 teams to compete for a $1,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds. BTK is currently in the tournament right now, so Pixie and BTK will have to compete off of stream. Apologies for that, guys, but we got to be able to work around all of these amazing events for North America. But that's just the thing. All of these events in North America is something to be proud about, and I'm glad that there's more competition. So for everybody who's been here since the beginning, we used to not have tournaments at all. So definitely excited to be able to see a lot of opportunity, cash prizes, and teams showing up in the Land of Dawn. But moving forward, guys, we are going to be looking at the Simpsons going up against Team Azrael in a best of one. Whoever loses here will be able to go home, and the other one will move forward to the top 16. I have an amazing caster to paint this perfect picture alongside myself, all the way from India. That's right, Kronos is in the building. Let's stop by and see how he's doing. Woo! What's up, my man?
Hey, all good in the hood, my friend. All we got to know about is there's wonderful tournaments happening all around the entire continent. So you want to give space to each and every team that is competing and let them have the opportunity to compete in both tournaments, especially knowing that the BTK is actually taking part in the finals of the NABA tournament and against the Ohio brothers. So shout out to them. Hope they have a good one. However, here, bringing us back to the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament, we have a Team Azrael going against the Simpsons. And now you know Simpsons have a lot of fans there. So let's see those gorillas in the chat, guys, and make sure we have this wonderful game going on. And I see the Beatrix being banned out probably a second time today as a first ban, maybe just targeting down the Broken here. Melon, and making sure he doesn't get a comfort pick.
Yeah, a beautiful thing, right? You mentioned those gorillas in the chat. BTK was one of the teams that got to fight up against the Simpsons in the NACT fall season of last year. So these were grand finalists, right? So we got to see, have they scaled through the times, and are they still up to date with the meta? Tarzan, Uzi, Melon, Broken, and Cold World. Some familiar names that everybody should know across the Land of Dawn. They've been competing and been very active on the competitive scene. Tarzan, one of the best junglers so far. Uzi been dominating in that XP lane. But now swinging on the side for Team Azrael, I've been keeping my eyes on them, right? They have been pretty consistent and solid within this tournament for the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans. And I think they're going to give them a challenge, right? It's not going to be anybody's game. It's going to be more of a battle of execution. Who can get to those objectives first? You're going to have to work for this win, even for a team of the caliber for the Simpsons, who were grand finalists.
I agree. Yes, they were grand finalists, but in last year, it's been a whole year. There have been a lot of changes in the meta, especially more recently coming with the emblem setups. So at this point, if anyone can catch them off guard, it's right here, right now with Team Azrael. So like you said, Team Azrael been performing really consistent in the tournament so far. This should give them the opportunity to go against a powerhouse on the side of Simpsons to put their mark on the map. Put them on this map of the North American Mobile Legends community, showing that they are here to play. They are one of the top teams. Maybe they can make a name for themselves in the NACT as well. So this is the opportunity they have to shine. Will they make the most of it while they're under the spotlight? At this point, we can see them banning out the Franco. Both the suppressions being taken off the table. That is something we can really get behind, since we do not. This brings up, this opens up the possibilities to actually have a lot of assassins going around.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of assassins may be able to swing by, right? With the suppression taken off the table. I mean, the only other suppression is the Saber, and I don't see anybody picking that up. So that is a possible answer, right? You can pick up the Fanny nice and early. A lot of these assassin picks may be able to be prioed. I mean, they're even taking out the Kufra here. Like, you still have what? The Navaria, the Arlott, the Eve, the Valentina. I mean, I could just keep going on for days on what's available in this draft. So it's a free open palette for the taking. And the question is, who will be able to make the first choice on all these amazing decisions?
Yeah, taking out that Kufa really opens it up, right? Now you have the Fanny online, you have Lancelot that can come in at any point. Then you got Hayabusa as well. You can possibly go an off-meta pick in the Karina as well, since the bouncing ball is taken off the plate. So at this point, I could say just take out the Valentina or the Eve and make sure your team has a better time. Maybe, speaking about which, they took off the Valentina, try not to give it those big fat ultimates. Maybe in a penalty zone coming from the Turizla, maybe the Fatal Links. And the last ban, I want to see a Novaria, but I really don't want to see a Joy.
Yeah, you don't want to see that Joy band out, right? I mean, me and you have been talking about this, right? I feel like it's just easy to work around. I mean, okay, with this one, fair enough. The Kufra has been taken off, and so has the Kaja and the Franco. So I guess if Joy got slotted here, there really isn't any answer to stop him. So this may be the only draft where I would be okay with the Joy being taken out. But no, they're going to go ahead and take out that Eve, which means Joy is available. Now, this is going to answer our question, Kronos, on how valuable the Joy is. This is a perfect draft ban phase for him to be selected first pick, but do they pick him up?
The question is, do they pick the Joy over the Arlott?
Yeah, I mean, still, but I feel like Arlott, okay, it's definitely valuable, but there's no counters for the Joy anymore. So like, in theory, Joy should win no matter what in that XP lane for this game.
I agree. Could not have said it better though. You have all those dashes to go in, that CC immunity as well, but then the charcoal over, you're still hovering over the Arlott, knowing how important that can be. That final slash is a game-changing ultimate with the vengeance that he can dash in and deal all that damage, and with the petrify as well, locks it in, making sure that they have that engage. They have the CC that comes in, and just an overpowered hero in my opinion in this current meta.
Yep, you're right. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would have did the same thing. I would have picked up that Arlott way before that Joy. I'm not really too big of a fan of it, but I want to see why it's so prioed in the ban phase nowadays, is I feel like it's just not as strong as it used to be. Now, looking at the Simpsons, what do they pick up here? You know you're going up against an Arlott. You know the Eve's off the table. The Valentina's gone as well. There's just so much meta that was kind of taken away. So looks like they are going to go in for two fighters. They're going to go ahead and show their cards a little early, right? Uzi is going to pick up this Uranus, go 1-1 against Charcoal on this Arlott. And then Tarzan is going to go ahead and showcase his jungler skills with the Alpha.
I love that Uranus pick right there, boy. That Uranus pick is big, fat, beefy, chunky, call it whatever you want. This Charcoal Arlott does not have the damage taken down, especially after rocking that Purify. And not to mention, it's Uzi who's running it. It's not any of your unknown or out of the box, out of the blue EXP laners. I could arguably say he's probably the best Uranus in NA, unless and until Fried Chicken has something to say about it. But however, we got Potato here going in for Martis just to give a little bit of competition to Tarzan, so we can see that both the junglers have been locked. They opt to go for the fighter route and not the assassin route. So not something we were hoping for, but you know, it's the next best thing, you could say. Not as flashy as we'd like it to be, but flashy enough. So we got Carry being picked up here as well. And for this final pick, what do you think is going to be there, Reezy?
I mean, I feel like they can go in for a mage here, right? Maybe slot in that Farza. Could be definitely a valuable option, or anything for the mid lane position. I mean, you could even pick up Kadita here, right? Kadita definitely walk, but no, they're going to go in for the Brody. Now, this is interesting, right? I mean, I guess, yeah, you could take your marksman, because they are going to start trying to limit who can give Carry some trouble. So the Brody definitely can be a viable option, and he has survivability, especially against this dive composition, right? You have this Mortar Corals from the Martis, who could definitely get in there and chain you up with that CC for easy pickoff, but Brody with that Corrosive Strike for that stun and the Flicker comboed with it gives him the survivability he needs to maintain himself in that gold lane. But now moving on to the bans, they could have picked up the Navaria there. And I think personally, I would have picked up the Navaria instead of the Brody right there, but I still think the Brody is a valid option.
Look at the draft so far, they're mirroring each other, right? You got the EXP laner being picked out, you got the jungler being picked out, you got the marksman being picked out. Now they're just gonna ban out each and every other hero pool at this point. So the last two picks can just not be so off, it could be off meta picks that could be certain pocket picks that come in from both the teams. And we see the Kadita being taken out, the Atlas going out as well. This shows that Team Simpsons really wants to go in for those team fight, and I could see them picking him a high ground mage, to be honest, or maybe even an assassin pick-off mage in the terms of Kagura. That's something we've not seen that often, and the Minotaur being taken out as well.
That's right, the Minotaur being taken out, and that is going to finalize the ban phase for both teams. That Kadita that I would have picked over there as well. Like, I feel like those are all strong options. Instead of just showcasing that marksman, I feel like they kind of jumped the gun on that one a little bit, but it's still a valuable option, right? It does have a piece that fits inside of this puzzle if played correctly. Now looking at the mates from the side of the Simpsons, Cold World is going to be hovering over this Lunox. Does have the burst potential, can soak in a charcoal, and also potato on this Martis, and it looks like that is going to be the problem for them, right? They're trying to go ahead and find a aggressive composition with burst damage. You have the Brody, you have the Lunox, both of them who can pretty much shred through anybody that they kind of target. So I see a lot of damage potential from the side of OSP, but I would like to see either something to top that off with a group set potential, right? I mean, the Atlas has gone in the Minotaur as well, so maybe something like the Lolita could be a possible answer.
Yeah, I like this Yuzong pickup right here too, right? Just to be able to dive into the back line, just to give Melon a hard time on this Brody. At the same time, Cold World as well on this Lunox, force out the Brilliance quite early, especially with the Furious Dive and Petrify combo. And not to mention, they have the double Petrify, rocking in the triple fighter. And this is a little questionable to me. They're probably going to go Arlot in the roam position, maybe. That's something we've seen picked up a little often. However, but this is another Florin being picked up. Florin being shown up left, right, and center here. I believe it was picked up in a Napa tournament as well in the previous game as well for us. And here, Florin slightly making its appearance into the meta, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, we saw it once. Hey, we're going to see it again. The first time it didn't profit that much, so I wonder if it'll profit this time around. With both drafts being finalized, we're looking at the Simpsons going up against Team Azrael in this best of one. The battle for the top 8 is on the way, and only one team will be able to move forward. Will it be this Florian that we've been seeing make a special appearance today? Second time being picked, but a 0% win rate. So if they can pull this one off, it will bump that up to 50%. But looking at Team Azrael, I mean, they're kind of stacked, right? They have a lot of life sustainability. They have the Yuzong alongside the Faramis. They have the CC from the Arlot and the CC from the Martis to also proc that. Not to mention Yuzong with the Furious Dive for some additional damage and life steal. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides of the table. It's definitely going to boil down to execution. How do you feel about the draft so far?
At the draft, both the teams have an even draft, I could say. However, we are going into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament. That is going to be your battle for the top 8 between Team Azrael on the blue side against the Simpsons on the red. Make sure you give your votes for each and every team. However, speaking for the draft, I should say I'm not a big fan of this Arlot in the roam position. Just maybe picking it up, I think the Arlot was just a denial pick at this point, just to make sure that Uzi does not get his hands on it, because he could be quite deadly with it as well. And at this point, we can see Broken running the Florin. That is something we could talk about as well.
Yeah, right. That Florian can definitely be a problem. I'm just kidding. I never thought I'd ever say those words. The Florian, I have to see the Florian do something different than what we saw in the last game to really see if it's worth kind of slotting in these matches, right? Yes, you can provide the heals and some of the sustainability, but is it worth picking up over some other traditional support heroes? Time will tell. I mean, as we are looking at the matchups, though, we're looking at Melon with the Brody up against Shadow with this carry, right? The Brody, who can kind of play from afar, hit you with those strikes, and burst you down with the torn apart memory. Shadow, who is in a little bit of an awkward position, has to play up close to be able to proc those speedy light wheels. So I'm expecting Enzo to rotate down there more often to keep him protected, whereas Melon can kind of sustain himself without needing his roam to really rotate as often.
Yeah, I agree. That is some well said stuff over there, Weezy. But at this point, we can see a slight skirmish going on. No, it does not. They're just trying to get the levels of Uzi here, sniffing them out, providing the team a lot of vision, trying to cut the wave. However, Charcoal not letting him do so. And this goes ahead and disengages. Here Tarzan and Charcoal here are going to get a small skirmish. The Mortal Coil and the Alpha Charge just being used to disengage. At this point, we can see Tarzan going in for the turtle. Uzi, will he be caught with the Fury's dive? No, he does not. Note that Potato does have the Black Dragon form. However, the turtle is reset. Uzi here trying to poke them out, provide a lot of vision for the team, gets Colbert to the level 4 power spike that he needs. That should be on this for this turtle.
Yeah, already turtle spawning in. Neither side going to go ahead and pull that aggro. Not something you see every day, right? They're definitely battling for positioning, but speaking of battling, possible engagement may be on the way.
We see Uzi going in, doing a lot of that heavy duty work that's got to be with a chunky boy on the Uranus. However, Tarzan making sure he gets to clear on this red buff on the top side jungle, actually gets to clear on the blue buff as well. So he is on a double buff here compared to the single buff coming in from Charcoal. That's something we could really highlight on. And the Black Dragon comes in. The turtle gets reset, however. The final slash being used, and they go in with a massive damage, and that is quite a lot of sustain coming in with the Cold Ultra. And the first blood goes in towards the Alpha on Tarzan, gets a double kill, a 2-for-nothing trade. We could possibly see, yes, he gets the turtle as well, and that could be a triple kill going in towards Tarzan. That is a 3-for-nothing trade along with the turtle. Simpson here dominating this early game.
Yeah, definitely dominating the early game. 3-0, able to get the turtle, everything that they wanted, and did not lose a single member in the process. That's just fine execution, but all 3 kills went to Tarzan nonetheless, which means he is definitely built to deal some damage. It's already Potato on the 1v1. Look at that, almost taking him out.
Oh, if not for the Shah Essence that he proc, Tarzan would have taken him down with that true damage that comes in. On the bot side, we see a kill off screen. Brody takes out the Arlott. Like I said, Arlott not really a good roamer at this point. And we see Shadow Stampede coming in, the Corrosive Strike just to get CC'd away to make sure Melon has a safer time when it comes to this engage. Just use that to disengage.
And I mean, look at the gold difference so far, right? 3,000 gold over there for Melon, the marksman for the Simpsons, to 2,300 on his Shadow, the marksman for Team Azrael. You're already seeing Melon almost getting that Blade of Despair. Already got 2 Legion Swords, but a fight on the orange buff has pursued.
Yeah, Alpha gets another kill here, and Lunox goes in. Cold World showing that he is here to play as well. Now trying to steal a little bit of the highlight from Tarzan, gets a kill in the process, takes down Charcoal, and we see the Alpha going to the Alpha Charge once again. Arlott does as much as he can. However, Alpha is unstoppable at this point. He is looking to snowball his way to victory. And bot side, we see Brody Melon going in with a lot of damage as well. And we see the dark side used by Cold World just to get a lot of damage done. At the same point, we see the Shadow Stampede being used. The Brilliance, however, to negate that CC.
Yeah, right now, an 8-0 lead. It was once 3-0. 5 more kills stacked up for the Simpsons, and already claiming the turret on the top side. Oh no, the mid lane and possibly the bottom, as you are going to see Melon take that turret. Star is going to fall in the process, and Tarzan's going to pick up that kill. I mean, just look at the scoreboard right now. 9-0, everything for the taking, and the Simpsons grabbing the biggest plate they can. Team Azrael in a huge deficit.
A huge deficit indeed, a 9-0. Both the turtles being taken away from them. At this point, they can only hope for something to come out because they're trying to engage. However, the Brilliance being used just to make sure they do not have any advantage, not give them any space, any breathing room. And at this point, they're just forcing their way in inside of Team Simpson. The final slash being used on the Cold World. Yes, Cold World's caught and then use the torn apart memory to no avail. However, yes, Sleepy Shadow gets a kill on Cold World. At the same point, we see the Brody gets a kill on the Martis as well, and it goes in for a double kill. Uzi just making sure he can take all the turret aggro for the team. And at this point, the kill score is 11-1. The goal lead has just been extending.
And right now, Broken is putting in that work on this Florian. This is how she needs to be played, right? I mean, looking at the itemization, is going to go in for that talisman with the magic shoes, is going in for that CDR to be able to keep the team alive as fast as possible in these skirmishes. But Uzi may have dove in a little far, is going to be able to dodge those mortar coils, but it looks like they are still going in for a siege.
Yeah, Uzi goes in, try to baits out all the skills as much as he can before Tarzan can dump into the alpha charge, takes down the tier 2 turret on the mid side, actually on all 3 lanes. So at this point, there's just easy breezy for them, and free farm and taking away the jungle, starving them out of their farm. At this point, all Team Azrael can do is take the lanes, and Martis not really being a jungler, you could call him a laner at this point.
Definitely can call him a laner. As we're looking at some of the itemization so far, right? You are going to see that Dreadnought armor picked up by the carry, trying to negate some of that physical damage from the Alpha, the Brody, which is okay, I guess, but he only has a Corrosive Strike built right now. The Blade of Despair has been picked up, another Legion Sword for the Brody as well to be that damage dealer. You're not really looking at heavy magic defense either, and when we pay attention to the Lunox, she went more for the mana regen, so she's not really bursting them down as much as I would like to see, especially to punish on them not having that magic defense. So maybe picking up something like that Lightning Truncheon, maybe something that she can kind of slot in right now, considering there's no Athenas built in, to be able to be more of a threat to Team Azrael right now, because right now she's just kind of soaking up all that damage with her high HP pool from that Clock of Destiny. But looking at Team Azrael, man, it is 1-11, and they are stripped down to their inhibitors in 8 minutes in. That's right, this is only 8 minutes in. They got to find a way to turn this around. Get Sleepy online. Find the setup that you're looking for. It is going to be very hard, though, considering they have the Arlott, the Martis, and the Yuzong. 3 fighters that have to look for that group set for the team to kind of punish on. Whereas this is where you kind of fall short by not slotting in a traditional group CC roam to make up for that. So I feel like it's going to have to be perfect execution between those 3 fighters to be able to pull this off. But if they're patient and they wait for the right opportunity, they can definitely find it.
Said they do have 3 fighters on their side, right? However, the lack of engage coming in, the lack of set potential that comes in from the side of Team Azrael actually biting them back. And you know, at this point, we can say it's gonna be all disciplined play coming from the side of Team Simpson. You can see Uzi just taking in a lot of damage, but they're not able to do anything to him, as the regen that he gets is much more than the damage that they can do. So yeah, at this point, all we can watch for is a lot of engage and burst going in.
That's right, burst possibly going in, as it looks like the Simpsons may be trying to go ahead and take some of these inhibitors. They're going for this early finish, as Uzi is going to make his way into the base.
Yeah, Uzi goes in, gets caught by the Shadow Stampede, however. Yes, the Sprout and the Alpha Charge going in. The Flicker just to disengage. Cold Order being used, Black Dragon form as well at the same time. Oh, and that is a lot of damage. The Flooring gets taken out. The right target, Alpha and Godlike, however. The Lord chunking at the Crystal. They are going in for the Crystal straight away. Simpsons here to play, trying to take this game a clean sweep. And just a quick game for them. Just a walk in the park, I could say at this point. All the gorillas in the chat are going to be happy.
That's right. Going to be happy indeed, as the Simpsons will take down Team Azrael in that best of 1. We'll move on to the top 8. You're looking at a flawless game. Only took 2 deaths. 14 kills to 2. A 9-minute finish. Tarzan leading the way with the best KDA. 8-0-2. Almost able to beat the record from the 8-minute game we saw earlier, which I believe was BTK who was able to pull that one off. So definitely a sight to see. I can't wait to see where they go from here, right? The Simpsons, the grand finalists from last year in the NACT fall season, back at it again, hungry for another challenge. And now, as we are looking at some of the statistics, I mean, just look at the damage, right? 33% over there from Tarzan, just being a menace. And I think it really just boiled down to the composition from Team Azrael. They should have went in for a little bit more group CC and maybe slotted that in place for one of these fighters. But when they locked in that Arlott alongside the Yuzong, that's where the combination kind of started to fumble. So nonetheless, great job from both sides. And that is going to go ahead and finalize that amazing game. Man, we're getting through the schedule today pretty fast. Some insane games, right? A 9-minute finish. But I'll tell you what, up next, we got 2 amazing teams ready to go head-to-head today. It will be Novacord up against Nighthorde for a best of 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match. See ya!
To your playstyle, grab your friends, and queue up for some intense MOBA action. Mobile Legends Bang Bang new emblem system available 6/27. Master the new emblems, master the battlefield.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow. And especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait, right. Hi everyone, I'm Ixia. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane.
Legendary!
Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill! Triple kill!
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion. fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled. But you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. And telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Ixia.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever, and that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Wheezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Wheezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament. My name is Steph Wheezy, and I'm your host, and I'm also casting on the desk. Today, we are progressing through the top 16 to find a seat in the top 8. First place for this entire tournament will receive $1,000 cash provided by the House of Pisces and 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. Currently up next, we have Novacore going head-to-head up against the Nighthorde. Let's see who can claim victorious on this amazing best of one and claim their seat in the top 8. Join with me on the desk all the way from India to catch this amazing game. Kronos is in the building. Let's stop by and see how he's doing.
Hey, Wheezy, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you once again for that introduction. It's just a beautiful day here. And at this point, we can say Nighthorde, they showed us in the previous game that they were here not just to play, not just to pay, but to take all the cash prize along with that 100,000 diamonds that's been organized by themselves and the Mobile Saiyans in this tournament. So looking at Novacore, they had a pretty good game as well, especially Nova Ash and some of the people that we can highlight here coming from their side, Corday as well. So at this point, we can say ban out the Assassins again, leaves maybe ban out Uranus because he's been a problem so far. Nobody really picking up the Novaria. Florin's been a meta pick apparently. So let's get behind that for some reason. And Kadita goes away.
Yeah, the Kadita does go away, and you mentioned that Florin. I mean, hey, Florin has a 50% win rate, right? It lost the first game we got to see it in, but it won the second one with ease. So moving on to this game, I'm actually very excited about this one, right? Not only are we watching Nighthorde compete, we're literally casting this entire tournament on their Discord server. And then you also get to see Novacore, who I've been a fan of for the longest. I got to see them kind of compete in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy from the first all the way to the third season. So they've been scaling through time, and they've always been a problem that teams try and take down. They have really good placement when it comes to getting sets, and you got to watch out because they definitely keep their eyes on the prize for the objectives. But speaking of the objectives, looking in the draft, they're going to go ahead and take out that Eve and take out that Leslie for the side of Nighthorde. And the final ban for the first phase for Novacore will be the Claude.
Yeah, taking away that Ling and Claude, trying to take away all that high damaging late game scaling heroes over here. Takes away the Leslie as well. As the longer the game progresses, the more dangerous that marksman becomes. And we see the Alpha being taken away as well, just probably denying a comfort pick coming from the side of Novacore. At this point, you can say Novaria's open, Kaja's open, Arlot's open, Joy is open. A lot of picks available. Let's see what they prioritize right here. Even Uranus maybe.
Yeah, even the Uranus maybe can definitely be a pickup. I mean, I would go for the Arlot here though, right? Either that or second the Navaria. I think both of them are really strong options. They're going to go ahead and go in for that Navaria though. They are going to go ahead and let up this Arlot, which is a great pickup for the Nighthorde, and they can combo that up with pretty much anything they want to, right? You can get the Arlot, you can go in for some group CC, you can pick up the Kaja and the Arlot if you want to. and then you already have the suppression taken off the table. So I mean, there's definitely options out there for them.
Yeah, they can take this Kaja and the Arla. I was just thinking about that, but hovering over this Fanny and Odette probably showing off their new skins that they got recently. However, I believe it should be an easy Arla and Kaja, in my opinion. There's nothing else that I would go for. That's the two best pickups that we can see. And to be honest, they're just thinking it out. Maybe they have the joy. Maybe go for a Hayabusa early just because they have this Novardia, and however they pick up this Kufra and Fredrin, going totally the opposite end of the spectrum. Not really going for these overpowered heroes, going in for these comfort heroes. Maybe Nighthorde got a plan going on.
Now, I mean, you can open up the carry though. They can pick up the carry on Novacore, and there it goes instantly. To be able to go up against Nighthorde right there, and they're gonna pretty much profit. I mean, the Yuzong doesn't counter the carry, and neither does this Fredrin, which means carry will be able to burst them down with ease. And they can also pick up the R-Lot. I'm not really sure if I agree with this, but I can get behind that. They're gonna pick up that Minotaur. He is gonna have that Minoan Fury, and there's no way they're gonna pick up Diggy unless they slot that in the mid lane. But they still could pull that off. I mean, as long as they have enough burst potential in the side lanes with their XP and their marksman, then I feel like they can pick a Diggy in the mid lane to kind of stop Nova Ash from getting on board. I mean, all you have to really worry about is the Novaria, so I think that would be a risk that I'm willing to take. But if not, I mean, the Valentina is still available. They take up the Valentina. They have the Minoan Fury as well, which is also a great option on this draft.
They can pick up a Diggy in the mid lane, and to complement that, they can go for the Herod in the gold lane. Not only will it be going on with that Diggy with that M1 combo, it also counters the carry. However, they pick up the Brody quite early. Once again, we're seeing this marksman picked up being quite early, even though the opponent marksman's shown. This was a nice spot for a mage to be picked up, if you ask me. Maybe in for a Farsa or a Kagura, but then Brody being picked up here. So can't really say do much about that, but say it is a good, decent marksman at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like right now they're not picking the draft to counter the enemy team. They're just trying to go for something that has a strong composition, something that's strong with synergy when it comes to the roles they play. I mean, like you look at the Brody and you're like, why would you pick that up in this situation? Yeah, in theory he can beat the carry in the gold lane, but it looks like they're planning on trying to get them stacked together with some CC from the Tyrant's Rage or from the Energy Eruption, and then that's where Brody would profit from getting those stacks and hit that torn apart memory. Now, is that really worth getting rid of your opportunity to pick up a Diggy in the mid lane, or even that Valentina that could have been slotted here? We will be able to find that here momentarily. I mean, it may just be a comfort pick that their marksman needs for the side of Nighthorde.
Yeah, and speaking of the Valentina, that is a really nice thing to point out there, because having the IMU taking over this Minoan Fury could be quite the nuisance for Novacore, especially having the dive coming in from the Kufra with the Tyrant's Rage, and the dash that comes in with the Fredrin. That could be, they have a dive heavy comp, so if they can complement that by taking away the Minoan Fury just to counter their own Minoan Fury, you know, just stack up a lot of that CC, a lot of those ultimates, the big fat ones, and then just make it a little difficult for Novacore to actually have a easier time and take away this Bane who is actually an anti-dive hero that I can call with a deadly catch. So that's a nice ban coming out from the side of Nighthorde, and this Faramis ban may be something that they're looking for to deny that extra sustain that could come in from the side of Nighthorde.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at the bans being finalized from both sides. There goes that Valentina that we both agreed they could have profited on, and I feel like they could have locked that in early in the draft. I mean, you didn't really necessarily need the Brody here. You could have picked up the Claude. You could have picked up, oh no, the Claude's banned out. They could have still picked up multiple options in that gold lane to give carry a little bit of the problem. You mentioned the Harith even being available, right? Which we've been seeing as an overseas type counter to that carry. Now, not really too many teams that are comfortable doing it, but I think it would work out great here, right? You have the carry, he has the magic damage. The only magic damage they really have over there is from Testito right now on this Kufra anyway, so it's not like they're overly stacked with magic on their composition. But one thing for certain is they need to figure out who their XP lane is and their mage, and it looks like they are going to go in for this Farza. They're going to go ahead and drop a little bit of artillery inside of the playing field.
Yeah, speaking of artillery, they do lock in the Farsa, right? They have that feather airstrike, they have that extended range that comes in with that And along with, if you stack it up with the torn apart memory, that's just damage upon damage, and somebody could get instantly deleted off the map. And here we can see Novacore hovering over the Granger for the jungler, locking in Lapu Lapu to counter that Farsa pick and the Brody pick just to go into the bravest fighter. However, yes, I could get behind this Granger. At the same time, I don't think it's the wisest option since you have Kufra that can be jumped in on. But if there's good communication between the Granger and Nova Ash with Minotaur, that could be really good, something they could synergize over.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about the Granger here is that there's nobody to really dive into him in the backline. I mean, all you really have is Kufra to be able to get back there with that Tyrant's Revenge and hit a Tyrant's Rage, but that may be the difference if they slot in that Yuzong. You did see it for a second. Maybe gonna hover it back around, and I mean, they still got a little bit of a timer, so they're gonna go ahead and try to showcase some heroes, but I mean, they need something to get to the backline, but it has to be an XP laner, and I think Yuzong would be an excellent pickup. But no, they're going to go in for the Esmeralda as well. That's not the worst option. She can still get to the backline. She has the Falling Star Moon, but the best thing about her is that she steals shields, right? And Lapu Lapu provides that, and that is what she's going to be banking on to keep her at an advantage when it comes to the XP lane. But she does have to worry about Corday on this carry.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Corday is just gonna melt down this Esmeralda, who's siblings by chance. I thought he was gonna go for Argus and show that he's siblings by chance with Zane over here. However, does not go for the Argus, goes for the Esmeralda instead. And at this point, I can say both the teams' drafts are looking really good. Farsa rocking that Purify along with Esmeralda to make sure they do not get caught in the CC that comes in with Minotaur and the Minoan Fury. Corday as well taking the Purify, respecting the dive potential that comes in from the Kufra and the Fredrin as well. At this point, you can say it's a battle of the EXP laners to see whoever wins out that will they be able to rotate faster for the team fights. And speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and friends of all ages, we go in straight into the Land of Dawn for the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament for a battle for the top 8 between Novacore on the blue side versus Nighthorde on the red side.
That's right, both of these teams getting ready to fight it out for the road to the top 8. Best of 1. Whoever loses here will be sent home between these amazing teams. This is Nighthorde, who are currently hosting this tournament on their server, collaborating with the Mobile Saiyans, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and the House of Pisces for that amazing $1,000 cash prize. 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. What more could you ask for? Even more of an opportunity for North America right before the NACT fall season. But speaking of things heating up inside of the Land of Dawn, you're already seeing some damage dealt onto Uranus, which is Brody, but his name is Uranus, so this is going to be a fun one over there for our boy Kronos on the play-by-play as we engage in this engagement.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Uranus, we got 2 players with the name of Uranus. You got Sailor Uranus. Uranus is wrecked. I think they just don't like Uranus as a whole. So let's just go by the hero names. I would say that would be quite confusing, and Minotaur just taking too much damage, going in ahead and recalling at the same time. Tostito doing a job by providing all that CC and that information on the map, opening it up for the team of Nighthorde. Here we see Granger and Kufra charging up, going in for does not dive in with the Tyrant's Rage, knowing that there's no reason for them to go in as the damage is not there yet.
Yeah, the damage definitely is not there yet. But as we are getting through this game, I mean, we got to look at the matchups, right? For one, we got the Granger in the jungle. Not something you traditionally see, but it's been working lately, especially with 1-3-1 competitions. But this is not a 1-3-1 competition, as they have 2 marksmen in the playing field, which means they have a lot of range damage. But Granger is going to have to fight from afar. He is just going to try and get those early kills with that Detonata. But the problem is he needs to close into these neutral objectives, as you already are seeing Sailor Uranus. Not going to waste any time. Not even going to have the contest on this turtle. Going to go ahead and secure that for the Nighthorde.
Yeah, at the same time, you see Sailor Uranus going straight into the bot lane. The Feathered Airstrike being used by Thinker, and the first blood. Gana goes down by siblings by chance. That was a beautiful play coming in from Nighthorde, going in straight away for Gana, who was overextending there in the bot lane after the turtle take. And here we see the Corrosive Strike coming by Uranus is wrecked onto Corday. Corday being caught hard between a rock and a hard place. And the torn apart memory, however, not enough to take him down. This should give us a little bit of a chance to speak about the itemization, because I think he went for the steel leg plates right there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the... Nope, no steel leg plates on the board so far. Oh, no, you do have Brody with the steel leg plates over there. Uranus did pick that up. Now, I mean, looking at what we're kind of expecting, right? Brody to be able to kind of have the advantage when it comes to that gold lane. So the carry will have to play a little bit safe, but look at the damage in the set.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Raid and the Tyrant's Revenge connecting onto Nova Ash. They're just going in straight for the tank. The Feathered Airstrike to chunk him low, and the Torn Apart Memory just to seal the deal. Uranus is wrecked. They don't want to wreck Uranus here. They're trying to wreck the Minotaur going on, not really holding it back, trying to take out that tank even when they're available. Here we can see Tostito providing a lot of information for the side of Team Nighthorde.
Yeah, already having a wonderful start, 2-0, and also the marksman securing one of those kills is going to put him at a slight advantage when it comes to the 1v1 matchup against Corday, who is running this carry, trying to get that power spike, building up that golden staff, and also building up that corrosion sight and those attack speed items to really kind of deal the damage needed to burst down the Nighthorde, right? But this Brody, right, he's going in for a possible Legion sword, or no, he may not even be going in for it. You typically would possibly expect that Blade of Despair to be on the way, but speaking of Despair...
Yeah, we go into the Tyrant's Raid and the Tyrant's Revenge. The Minoan Fury comes out along with the Astral Echo, the Feathered Airstrike being used to check down Nova Ash, who falls straight into Despair as we speak. That was a one-for-nothing trade. Once again, Team Nighthorde showing that they are not afraid to engage on towards the tank, the roamer position that comes in from the side of Novacore. As if they take out the roamer, there is no possible engage for the side of Novacore.
That's right. And you are looking at Nighthorde having the advantage yet again when it comes to this neutral objective. Gonna go ahead and pick up that turtle uncontested twice in a row. Still haven't even found any deaths. They've just been finding nothing but kills and nothing but economy as they are now leading by 2,000 gold. Nighthorde, an amazing start. Novacore needing to find a way to match this momentum as you are going to go ahead and see the gank near the top side and the windup. Possible set may be on the way.
Yeah, that possible charge and the setup from Tostito was canceled out by Nova Ash, sniffing it out, checking those brushes, making sure that his team has enough, and goes in for the Tyrant's Rage right now on Nova Ash. However, does not commit as there's no damage follow-up, and the Frederick goes in with the taunt. The Minoan Fury connects, Feathered Airstrike being used as well, Astral Echo. The Appraiser's Wrath, however, Nova Ash flickers out right in the nick of time, and Novacore here saying that, hey, we do not want to give you another kill now this time.
Yeah, didn't want to go ahead and give them that easy time. But speaking of easy time, there it goes, Bravest Fighter.
Yeah. Bravest Fighter from Gano comes out. However, Siblings by chance, really tanky enough, got those shields that they can take away from Gano at the same time, giving it that extra bit of sustain. Tyrant's Rage being charged up, however, misses the target. You can see this pattern going on from the side of Nighthorde, right? Tostito is really just speaking of Tostito being caught there, flickers forced to flicker out, and I was just saying they're just forcing in, going in for Nova Ash straight away. What do you got to say about that, Wheezy?
Well, I think Nighthorde has something to say. As there goes the Feather Airstrike, the proxy on these minions in the siege for the turn on the top side, as they're able to find yet another objective on the bottom lane. Though Ganyu trying to get a trade, Falling Star Moon dropping on him. Esmeralda, Siblings providing a lot of pressure. And that just goes to an overall great draft. Able to get that counter pick to not allow Ganyu to even push up forward when the Esmeralda is near. Looking at the item so far, I mean, look at the gold lane. 4,700 gold for the marksman Brody compared to 3,500 on the carry. Only has a corrosion sight. But when you look at Brody, already has that Blade of Heptases, already has a Legion sword for that Blade of Despair. He is looking to deal some serious damage. And there it goes. Look at the turtle. No contest again. Another objective for Nighthorde.
And Novacore really going in all in on Siblings by chance, right? Trying to get him off guard, giving away the turtle. However, the Feather Airstrike goes down on the Nova Ash, who connects onto the Minoan Fury. However, the Falling Starman goes in as well, along with the Bravest Fighter. And Gano forced to flicker out, as that's a 1-for-nothing trade. Once again, going for Nova Ash, taking out their primary engage tool, along with a heal that comes in that's provided by Minotaur. Just taking all that away even before the fight starts. So Novacore really not able to do anything at this point.
Yeah, not really able to find their proper footing so far. I mean, even the junglers, you're looking at the rotation, and 4 assists already from Sailor. Granger hasn't really had much of an impact. He hasn't even been involved in majority of these team fights. He has 0 assists so far. There's no kills on the board for Novacore. And this is 8 minutes in, right? Already contesting on this purple buff and providing that pressure in the jungle.
Here, the Bravest Fire goes in for Gano on towards Siblings by chance. However, he is tanky enough, and he goes with the Falling Star Moon, and Sailor Uranus goes in, and Minotaur here, Nova Ash just jumps in, trying to get a little bit of CC and a knock-up onto them. However, here, Tostito trying to charge up the Tyrant's Rage and just backs off, cancels it out, knowing that there is no follow-up available, gets the communication down from the team, and however, still goes in, and I think this might be a misplay coming in from Tostito. He does have the Flicker available. Minotaur goes in for the Minoan Fury, the taunt coming in. The Tyrant's Revenge connects onto Nova Ash as well, the Bravest Fighter connecting. However, Granger gets a kill on this Kufra, who has overextended. The Appraiser's Wrath, not enough to take him down as they're out of range. The Feather Airstrike goes down as well. Everybody disengages. That's a 1-for-nothing trade. I was just saying about Tostito going in too deep. He was too deep to come back out alive.
Yeah, you're just looking at, again, a one-sided story. You're not really seeing Nighthorde being uncomfortable. I mean, they've been able to take pretty much everything in this game with ease, but not the same thing for Novacore. They kind of had a little bit of that awkward start in their composition. I mean, they slot in this Granger who has to play from afar, and they're not really working into their draft, right? You need to be able to play around him. He needs to get to those side lanes, hit that Destinata, and get a pickup, but they were not able to make that objective in that time frame, as you are going to go ahead and see a Lord secured yet again, and now Ganu in a bad situation.
Yeah, Gano was in a bad situation, all right. Forced to flicker out. Tyrant's Rage goes in along with the Feather Airstrike. Tyrant's Revenge connects as well. This Farsa is on a killing spree on a 303 KDA. At this point, Siblings by chance just zoning the backline of Novacore, not giving them any space to think about what they can do, not giving them any mobility, not giving them any opportunity at all to provide any damage. Like you said, Granger from afar, not really putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, look at the itemization so far. Brody already having the Wind of Nature and the Malefic Roar on top of that Blade of this Heptases. So he's going to be able to negate the physical damage provided by this Granger and this carry. He has more items than both marksmen on the table so far. If it comes to a 1v2 matchup, I'm a firm believer as he could possibly burst both of them down at the same time with that torn apart memories if he really wanted to. And it's just showing you how much further they are in this economy, up by 9,000 gold, and now the siege for the inhibitor on the bottom side.
With that siege, we see the Feather Strike being thrown down, and the bot side inhibitor goes down. Tostito charging up. How the Minotaur goes in for the Minoan Fury. The Bravest Fighter comes up as well, and we can see a lot of damage going in. The Brody gets taken out by Gano in the backline. Meanwhile, Siblings by chance takes out Corday and Nova Ash. Gano being caught here after being taken down. Uranus is wrecked. At this point, Uranus is wrecked, getting wrecked by himself. And this is a good trade coming in from the side of Novacore. However, there is a possible re-engage potential coming from the side of Nighthorde. Tyrant's Rage canceled out. Gano goes in with the Bravest Fighter once again, forces Farsa to go out, and Tostito here dives in to no avail. Siblings by chance doing the best he can to let Tostito get away. At this point, Gano putting in the stops.
Putting in the stops indeed, and able to pierce open the base for Novacore, taking that bottom inhibitor will put them at even more of a disadvantage. I mean, we are now almost 12 minutes in, right? Most of these teams are getting buckled up to try and close this out. You're looking at Novacore at a little bit of a deficit, slowly starting to get the items that they need to possibly turn this around, as you are going to see that golden staff picked up by this carry to be able to have that more attack speed that's just kind of relying on alongside that corrosive side. But here we go. The engagement on the way to Tostito does wind up with that Tyrant's Revenge. Not going to be able to hit the mark, though. It does get canceled out. I feel like right now, though, if they take the 5v5 engagement, Nighthorde will demolish them. They need to play a little passive, wait for Nighthorde to make the mistake of pushing in these lanes and try and even up the economy. I mean, they're only down 7,000 gold. They're 12 minutes in. If you can just hold off, that's when your marksmen will come alive, right? You want that carry to get full built alongside the Granger.
Tyrant Rage using charged up on the worst Nova Ash, Extra Echo going out as well. Minoa and Fury connecting on it too. The Feather Airstrike comes down as well. However, Nova Ash does go down. And Fredrin here, Uranus goes down. The Brody gets a kill on towards Corday. Gano here trying to do as much as he can onto Tostito and Thinker, giving the space for his team. However, it goes down. A mega kill going over to Thinker. And at this point, it's a 3-for-1 trade all towards the side of Nighthorde. And at this point, Nighthorde pulling out all that they have except for this kitchen sink that could have been thrown out just to take them out for a 5-man wipeout.
That's right. I mean, you know, you're talking about the kitchen sink. I'm looking at the kitchen table for Nova Corps right now. It's a 2-legged table, and I don't know how much longer it can stand with both of these inhibitors almost about to break. They need to find the resolve and find a way to stop Nighthorde from closing this game out, as this is a best of one. If you lose, you're done. There is no second chances. This is the most unforgiving way to be able to compete when you do single elimination. All the stakes are there, everything on the line. So we gotta find a way for Granger to get comfortable, right? Find a way for him to shoot from afar and deal the damage needed. He did go in for this endless battle though, for his item alongside that brute force. So he went for defense and then a little bit of offense to top that off. But there goes the Legion Sword. May be able to pick up a Blade of Despair here for some additional damage. But the carry, right? That's what we're gonna be looking on as well. Get some more of those damage items in. Be able to kind of pierce that armor and also deal the damage needed to take down Nighthorde, because Brody, he even got the immortality now. He sold his defensive items. He's going for another Legion Sword, and here goes the siege for the base with the Lord on the bottom side.
The Feathered Airstrike was almost taking Corday out, and the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge connects on towards Nova Ash, who gets taken down. Uranus is wrecked, going in for this turret, is going in straight for the crystal. Whoa. However, yes, game, set, match, Nighthorde, not so much in a flashy way, however, being quite dominant in this game against Nova Corps. Here showing that they're not, once again, not just here to participate, not just here to take the participation certificate, want to take that trophy away this time.
Yeah, definitely want to take that trophy away. Able to kind of close that out with a one-sided story, and they will be moving forward over to the top 8. Guys, man, that was definitely an amazing game. I mean, look at the MVP going into the hands of Thinker. 5-0 on 8 KDA. There was only 3 kills for Nova Corps in that entire game. Flawless execution over there from NH, and definitely well-deserved, as we are going to be panning over to the statistics that made this game kind of work in their favor. Look at the turret participation, or turret damage over there from Uranus on this Brody. Able to do 82% all across the map, focusing on these objectives, and he was also just leading when it came to the economy. I mean, we had that Malefic Roar, that Wind of Nature. He even had an Immortality at the end with the Blade of Heptases before you could even see 3 items built on for the side of Nova Corps. So definitely, like we said, a one-sided story, and congratulations as they will be moving forward. Man, we're getting close to the end, though. Some fast games today, Kronos.
Yeah, they've been quick, all within the 15-minute mark. Yeah, possibly ending by the first Lord itself over there. Nighthorde showing quite the dominance in that game, ready to snowball their way into the win. Snowball being the key word for this entire day so far, and hopefully it continues on being so, just to make sure that, you know, all these good teams have a little bit of breathing room, and then gets them enough information so they can even conceal some of the information for the next few games in the further stages of the tournament.
That's right, guys. The next few games will be on the way. The next one will be Game 6, Shadow 9 up against Bloodhounds. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match.
Lies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP.
Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment, because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane.
Legendary!
Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill! Triple kill!
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Erudicio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Weezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
live. Thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Weezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Weezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking out all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans Tournament. My name is Steph Weezy, and I'm your host on this amazing event where we're looking at 32 teams competing for a cash prize of $1,000 and 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton. That's right, the House of Pisces, an amazing sponsor, has provided this opportunity as well. We are live on the MLSA, on the Mobile Saiyans Twitch, and also on the House of Pisces YouTube channel. So what more could you ask for, guys? Two amazing teams ready to go. Next, inside of this amazing match, battling for their seat in the top 8, we are going to be looking at Bloodhounds going up against Shadow 9. We got two amazing casters to paint that perfect picture. Let's go ahead and swing on over and meet up with Rim and also Scared Yet. See how they're doing.
What's good, you guys? What's good, Scared? How are you today?
Just woke up, so it's like a rise and shine for me. Focusing on the shine at this point and extremely energetic. What about you, Rim?
I'm doing great. You know, I've been watching these games, clashing it out. Both of these teams, really powerhouse. I'm really familiar with them, especially from in the MLSA. So I'm excited to see Bloodhounds versus Shadow 9 go up against each other here as we jump into the draft for the game.
Indeed, and I guess we were the ones who casted for the Bloodhounds back in MLSA, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
I do remember casting a match for them. So
I think that was our first time casting too, you know? It's nostalgic.
Yes. Yes, that is correct. So again, we are back in the same boat. So Bloodhounds this time on the blue side and Shadow 9 on the red. Both of these teams focusing on the Assassin's brands, Ling as well as the Fanny. So I'm also expecting them to take away a Lancelot.
Absolutely right, but what I want to see banned out for the side of Shadow 9 is you're looking at Bloodhounds. We know Boca Roscoe, one of his comfort picks is that Novaria pick. I did see that here was the ban, so it's going off of the Assassins like you mentioned previously, but Shadow 9 really needs to take this Novaria off of the board. We've seen the combinations and how well Bloodhounds is able to play into the Novaria pick, and if you notice, right, Assassins are being banned out. What does Fanny, Ling, and Hayabusa have in common? They can get to the backline. They can put pressure onto that Novaria. So I feel like knowing that Bloodhounds has first pick in this draft, Shadow 9, take it out. Take it out. They're painting the picture for you. You just have to guess. You know, it's charades at this point.
Yeah, that is correct. That there's only one left. That is Novaria.
Yeah.
That they need to take care of at this point.
There we go. There we go.
Do it, you. Yep, they've done their homework, and I'm extremely glad about that. Taking away the Novaria, I'm also expecting them to take care of Arlet if possible, because you know that he's been providing some amazing setups. We've seen him today as well, forming extremely well. And yes, you can say Joy too, arguably. Its damage is still insane, can delete that backline, especially if it has the Vengeance on. But nonetheless, Joy can be taken care with Akaja, with also Franco. Basically, the suppression, that is going to be the answer. But Kopla is going to have the ban in this situation. So what's he going to take care of? It's already the Ling, the Hayabusa. Lancelot is still left, and I don't think so they're actually going to focus down on Fredrin, will they?
Oh, they're gonna go ahead and ban Elkert. It's funny, right? How that works. He was recently banned from the game for a good 3 months consistently. He's unbanned now, but he's still getting banned, right? He's kind of just made his way back into the meta. Maybe that time where he was banned from the game, he was getting some secret buffs. You know, they were working on him. Those deadly stingers potentially deal a lot more damage now. And I think that since it counts as a basic attack and it scales with some of these items, right? It makes sense why you would be able to ban it out. Like, he has so much versatility in terms of the things that he can offer. In addition to the silence, he also has damage on top of that. And if you ask me, that's a broken combination, right? You can't deal damage to him, but he's dealing damage to you. But speaking of things that can do some good damage here, the Eve got banned out. Oka.
Yeah. He's actually picking up the Sicilian. No, he's gonna take the Valentina. Now, that's the thing. Boca has such a great hero pool, such a depth in this hero pool that you take away the Eve, you take away the Novaria, you're still left with the Valentina. If you ban out the Valentina, you would have to let go of one of those assassins, arguably a Fanny, and you do not want Bloodhounds get their hands on that Fanny. So I like the pick in the form of an Arlet. Maestro, we will have the advantage in that EXP lane, and even if he does not have the advantage in that lane, he would definitely be extremely proactive in those team fights using the final slash. Now I'm expecting them to pick up a couple of more crowd control heroes just so the Arlet could have infinite dashes.
Absolutely right. And speaking of having infinite dashes here, going up at what Bloodhound slotted in the Valentina, she also has some of that mobility at her disposal, right? Something else that has a lot of mobility in addition to burst and crowd control, which you mentioned before. Securing 2 birds with 1 stone, essentially the Kadita pick. And I feel like matching up the Kadita in that mid lane with the Valentina, yes, she can take that rough wild ways for herself, but it's still not as beneficial. I feel like the reason why Kadita's combo works so much is because she has a full set of skills to actually dish out that burst damage, whereas the Valentina, she doesn't really have that at her disposal. So I do think it's a very strong matchup into the mid lane, but also in terms of that overall team fight pressure, she as well as the Arlot can get a good job done with the combos.
That is correct, because you would get Arlet some more dashes after getting those knockups in, and even Arlet can set things up for Kadita. You can get that final slash in, pairing up a couple of people together, and that's the perfect time for the rough phase to land in. But speaking about perfect things, we're seeing a Martis coming back, making his way into the jungle along with the Beatrix. So I really love the Beatrix pick. We've seen Sleeps performing amazing on that. Now I want to see what Tempest is going to pick for his EXP lane. We've seen him playing Arlet, but he does not have his hands on an Arlet now. So it can be possible that he might go in for a Uranus. We've seen teams lean in towards that hero quite a few times now since there's been some emblem changes, and you do not need to make the Enchanted Talisman on Uranus now. Your emblem set works perfectly well. So that's one more extra item slot for you.
And that's perfect too, because with the common emblem, you can kind of slot that in, like you mentioned, at your disposal. But speaking of things being slotted in, something that we haven't really seen in a long time is this Clint. And I feel like once you're going that deep into the marksman, it has to be a comfort pick, right? Yes, it is a safe bet going up against Sleeps on this Beatrix. She still is going to have an easier time, I feel like, in terms of that mid to late game. However, when Clint does secure his Endless Battle as well as that Blade of Despair and the Malefic Roar, that's when you have to start looking out for him. So as long as in this first draft here, in terms of the picks, I feel like that's where Shadow Knight has to play for. They have to play for their early game so they can help only one left on this Clint to really scale into that late game to actually start dealing some of that damage.
That is true. Plus, there's one thing that I feel about Clint is that whenever you're playing Clint and there's some tanky enemy in front of you, you need to land your quick draw. You need to land those ultimate shots. You cannot just rely on your passive alone. It will not shred them down. So it is possible that we might see Dino on the Martis going in for that tanky approach this time, because you do not have a Demon Hunter Sword based marksman in the opponent. You have a marksman who's based on those skills. So it becomes a little more easier for him to, go in for that tanky route and still tank all of that damage that Clint has to throw on him. But focusing on the bans as of now. Xbox and Alpha, some amazing bans from Bloodhound. They've secured their jungler, that's Martis. They've basically shown it at this point that we are putting the Martis in the jungle. Still can be flexed depending on the next pick that, you know, Shadow9 are gonna take. But Esmeralda as well as Minceta, I love those bans, to be honest. Esmeralda, Mincy, both of them can counter Joy, and now they lock in Joy as their 4th pick. That is some smart drafting.
Not only can they counter the Joy in that laning phase, their potential in terms of that team fight, they want to continue to have the upper edge so far when it comes to some of these team fights here, right? Looking at the picks so far, Copla's hovering over the Kaja there. I think it would be a solid bet. It is an answer for the Joy as well as the Arlot, right? We have a lot of mobility for the side, so getting that hard suppression. Although I feel like just because you have that much mobility, you should look for something that can really make a set potential, right? Because there's so much to work around. But no, they're gonna go ahead and lock it in, Scared. What are your thoughts on the Kaja going into this composition?
I'm kind of fine with Kaja, but what is Shadow9 up to? They have an Arlet, they have a Clint, and now they picked a Joy. Either it could be a Joy in the mid lane and a Kadita room, or they could put Joy in the jungle. And if I'm still sleepy, they might put Arlet in the jungle as well without retribution. So according to that, no way they're pulling this out. If they lock a Fredrin in, or basically they lock a jungler in for the 5th place, that does mean that Joy will go in and it's a Kadita room.
I like it. You know, I feel like you match the pressure coming in from the Kaja, because it's either you're gonna get whipped and pulled, or you're gonna get knocked up and drowned, you know? So I feel like having that type of even pressure in terms of, I think their playstyles are kind of similar, right? You have to wait for your battle spells initially. You need your full skill combo to secure a pick off for your team. So I think it's pretty solid, it's good drafting, and it's already showing you how well and how deep these teams' hero pools are going to be able to pull off compositions like this. It's not really standard, but it still works, you know?
That is, it's a little confusing. I would not lie. It can go either ways. It's basically a double-edged sword at this point. You've got a heavy mid presence and a heavy rotation potential with the Joy as well as the Kadita. But then again, your only frontline would remain the Fredrin. And looking at Beatrix in the opponent, that I do not think that it would be enough. Arlet would also need to go in with that tanky route, but we will see which team goes to the route of victory and which faces the defeat, as we will jump in the land of Dawn. Bloodhounds on the blue side taking on Shadow9 on the red side.
Now, you said it quite perfectly, right? In terms of that frontline presence, recently we have been seeing some of these Arlots opt in for that full tank crowd. So I do think, in addition to him, as well as the Fredrin, you mentioned before, they needed as much CC as possible. And I think locking in the Fredrin in that jungle position, he's the walking petrify, right? He's a walking taunt. He has CC with everything that he can put out, essentially. And I think in terms of the combo potential that's going to be coming in, who needs a frontline presence when you can continuously get these combos in? So I think that's where Shadow9 is really going to have to play for. But we're already seeing them playing for this top side, trying to get these levels.
Yeah, Maestro do need a lot of help for now. He's already lost a couple of minions, so he needs to get that level in. Plus, there's one more thing, right? When Ryan was taking his blue buff, I believe the small blue buff camp was actually taken by only one left. So that's one less creep for Fredrin. He needs to get a few more in order to hit that level 4. And we can already see Martis with the decimation up right now. So here's the thing. In that mid lane, until the Kaja is not level 4, Joy can easily have a good time. 6.65 will be able to clear that wave. There's also Kadita with the help with her waves. But once that Divine Judgment comes up, Ryan would need to play a little bit more considerate, and even 6.65 on that Joy, who is still not level 4. So I believe the advantage in the EXP still is going for Bloodhounds at this point. Kadita taking quite a bit of damage, but Gutsy, he'll be A-okay. He's got the passive up.
And I feel like when you lock in a roamer like the Kadita, the Minotaur, you can really bully them before they get their level 4, right? This turtle most likely is going to go uncontested into the side of Bloodhounds here. And we're already seeing Kaja making his way down to that bot lane to help Sleeps put on some pressure. And this is smart, right? You mentioned we've seen how well Sleeps performs on this Beatrix. So as much as security that they can afford to Sleeps, it's going to be good here, but an engage.
Yeah, of course, Ryan getting caught. He wasn't caught in the Divine Judgment though, but there we go. Divine Judgment comes in along with the Mortal Poison. Biru's passion being used to chunk them down low. Decimation to finish things up. That's gonna be the pick on 6.65, but only one left. Might be taken down. Yes, he's the second in the line to fall after 6.65, and that's the openers Bloodhound needed. And it's just as you were talking about, they had the early advantage and now they're converting it into the side lane pressure. They should be able to take even Gutsy down. That's a pretty awkward position. Oh my goodness. He was not allowed to go anywhere, and they're putting pressure everywhere around the map. And this time it's Templars who actually wanted to go in a little too deep, gets the punishment and penalty zone. And the 3 people were inside it, but nonetheless, he did not have enough damage nor the minions to get the revamp in. But I did not realize that Gutsy was not even level 4 after 3 minutes of the match.
And again, it's because of you slot the Kadita into that wrong position, right? But speaking of things, 3 minutes into the match, that's already gone. The tower there for the bot side. And this is Bloodhounds' playstyle, right? They open up Sleeps in this bot lane. They get the early lane swap going in. And then Sleeps is going to just keep that pressure in terms of that lane. And we already see the rotations coming in. So once they can open up these 2 side lanes, they're going to start roaming together. They're going to push for that mid lane. And I'm sorry, but the snowball potential is looking really high for the side of Bloodhounds right now.
Yes, and that is exactly what they play for. The snowball. The Sleeps on that unstoppable force, but that's going to be the Divine Judgment on Gutsy because the Petrify in trying to survive, but Decimation was there to finish things up. And now it's Joy who seems to be in trouble. Find a slash connecting on 2 people. That's going to be Kaja being picked off. Fredrin wants to go in for more as Boca Roscoe seems to be in trouble, but he will run away himself. That's a smart play. Stealing away. You know, the dance, the beats, electrifying beats, and then running out of the harm's way. That was a smart move.
It's a breakdown at this point. It's a dance off, and we clearly saw who's the better dancer, right? It is Boca Roscoe, and that's the courtesy of the Valentina. You have so much skills at your disposal. People may say, okay, if you're using something like this into a matchup, they said for Shadow 9, okay, if we lock in this Joy, we're not going to give Valentina something useful. But we saw her ultimate still has that mobility. It still has some damage as well as the additional sustainability. And I feel like people overlook that when Valentina does damage to heroes that she's over leveled us, it doesn't matter which skill she takes, as long as it's constant, she's gonna get some sustain. But
absolutely, talking about constant, we're gonna see another Divine Judgment, this time on Ryan, who steals away the turtle. But for now, Kirita will fall with the hands of Martis. That's gonna be the Appraiser's Wrath cancelled midway. 6165 will have to run out of harm's way. Boca Roscoe trying to go in for the chase, but that's already a 2-for-0 trade.
And again, I mentioned sustainability, right? And Bloodhounds is picking up some more at their side. We saw Templars just secure the Bloodless Axe. Beatrix already getting that Blade of Despair, only 6 minutes into the game, right? But in terms of what Shadow 9 has going for them, they are also picking up some core items. And I like that Kadita. Oh, that's not Kadita. The Joy actually opted to go in for that Genius one. It's going to help Gutsy there deal a little bit more damage on this Kadita. So I do like the combo pairings. I would have preferred if Kadita also opted in for that Genius one over the Flock of Destiny. But speaking of Destiny here,
Gutsy is gonna go back to his dugout, waiting for the respawn timer to go off, and that's gonna be the decimation to finish things up for Maestro. And Ryan needs to run away out of the harm's way, and I don't think so he can actually go into contest for his red buff either. Kopla is just sitting in that bush. Was he able to secure it? Nope, he was not. That Smartest stealing the buff away too. And the top tier 1 fallen by the hands of Sleep. So it's basically a win for Bloodhounds on every single front. Now, one of the major problems that they're facing at this point is the fact that Maestro is also going in for the damage build. There is no one to frontline for them apart from the fact that there's Ryan. So they need to play for the picks. They need to gank in the bushes, but they do not have enough damage to do that, and they do not have enough peel. So they have no information about what Bloodhounds is going forward with. They don't have any info about their position as well.
Absolutely right. And I feel like where the roamers kind of beat each other out here, but hold on, the Divine Judgment.
Of course, that's another Divine... right? Oh,
Yeah.
That's an instant deletion.
Instant.
That was not even a fight. There was no struggle. It's an instant deletion.
And you could tell they really aren't in the mood for seafood right now, but what they are in the mood for is to get another tower here. Look at their rotations coming in, already clearing these lanes, forcing only one left, but in the mid lane.
That's going to be the penalty zone, collecting on 2, and Tempest is stanky to sustain through the damage. Oh my goodness!
Decimation.
Oh, that burst was absolutely insane. And again, Dino wants more. He wanted to chunk down Ryan even more, as he will just delightfully go and eat up that red buff as well again. Denying that buff, denying that farm, and look at that, already hitting level 13 after this creep. And Ryan is still on level 10. Looking at the itemization as well, Malefic Roar along with the Hunter Strike, and now I believe Alert is going to go in for some of that tanky build, but Kadita needs something out of nothing, and that's going to be another penalty zone on to 2. Maestro falls yet again. No tankiness on that guy, and Joy, even with Vengeance on, gets deleted. And that's only one. Denied the exit. That's another pick going in. Flicker, Divine Judgment, and Ryan falls. A perfect dive coming in from Bloodhounds, and none of them fall.
Now, at that point, I wish I could have said that there was only one person left to defend, but there was only none left at that point. And we're seeing the side of Shadow 9 constantly being forced back. And honestly, you have to put some pressure onto Dino here, but they're looking for a pick off here.
Absolutely, and that's going to be 6.65 as well as Bogorosco, both enjoying the electrifying beats. And the rough waves, Gutsy quickly jumps in, and that's the decimation. But finally, a good shutdown coming in on Dino. That's 10-3 at this point, the score of Dino, and he needed to make sure that Sleep farms up, and Sleep is going to 0-9. Gutsy had to use the rough waves defensively to run out of harm's way, and it's not available for another pickoff. And he's still level 9. That's the lowest level in the lobby. Compare it to Dino's level 14. Would be basically going to 15 minutes in the next few seconds or probably a minute or so.
And I feel like... I feel like where Bloodhounds kind of wins is that their pickoff potential is coming from someone who's sustainable, right? Coppola, he is building that defensive route. However, for Shadow 9's pickoff potential, it's coming from purely damage dealers, and that's where they're falling short. There, you mentioned it well before, there is no one who can kind of be that frontline presence. And even though the Fredrin Ryan there does have that potential, he got zoned out so much to the point where he's just lagging, where he's not even able to get that job done. Because if we look at the levels coming in, Sleeps is already level 12, right? She has her core item. She has 2 of those physical penetration items, as well as the Blade of Despair. There's 2 Blade of Despairs on the team. And additional to that, there's a lot of magic bursts coming in from Bocarasco on this Valentina. But scared, speaking of things coming in, there's Lord marching down the top lane.
Indeed, and this does seem to be it for a couple of inhibitors. Probably that's going to be a flicker penalty zone onto 2 people, and Gutsy falls yet again without the rough phase being executed. Bokorotsko low on HP, but his team is full of hope as they still want to go in for the next one, and that is the discipline coming in. But for now, they re-engage Nibiru's passion, and Maestro is done like that. No more final slash, flicker forward, and that's going to be Deletion of sleeps right away. Kopla will have to retreat. They have to now respect the damage that's coming in from Ryan, from only one left, as well as Gutsy, as they will be able to defend their last inhibitor. But that's two of them out of the way. And that's just the first slot of the game. Just think about what's going to happen in the next one.
I mean, I will give some credit where it was due, right? Shadow9 being able to capitalize on some of the overextension coming in from the side of Bloodhounds. And even though they lost a few members in that engage, it really didn't even put a dent in their economy, right? If we look at their lanes so far, they still have that lane pressure. Looking at Beatrix, right? Martis is 10.8k gold, and she's right behind them. She was like, okay, you had your moment in the early game, but now this is my time to shine, being able to snipe that red buff. And now look at her, right? She's building into some of that sustainability. She's either going in for that Haas clause, and personally, I love to see the Haas clause on Beatrix because it creates such a good highlight moment, right? When you get to that low HP, the stats has been amped up, and with the recent changes to the way Spellvamp and Lifesteal works, which she just picked up, it really helps in terms of that sustainability. And looking at Shadow9 right now, all they have is damage, but there's little sustain coming in from their side. So now, when you look at Bloodhounds in terms of the items, they have sustainability, and now they have damage on top of that. So they're always going to win out. And speaking of damage being dealt,
we're going to see the Ruffles finally connecting, but not before the penalty zone coming out. That's going to be Boca Roscoe with the first pick on Martis. That's Divine Judgment, and follow up by the Decimation. Holy smokes! That's a wipeout in just 10 seconds! What just happened? Where did they all go? And that's gonna be the crystal taken down just like that. Shadow9. I believe their exits were just like from the shadows. They were just removed from the Land of Dawn. And you did not see that coming in. I expected them to actually win out on a couple of those trades because Gutsy had his chance to go for the rough waves. But that was Boca Roscoe just deleting them with the damage, combine it with Dino's Decimation. They were just able to finish them up, clean things off, and a perfect initiation along with the penalty zone as well as the Divine Judgment. And that's going to be Sleeps with the highest amount of damage. That's 28%.
Absolutely right. Bloodhounds just played such an amazing game this round. Like I mentioned before, they really know how to get sleeps online, right? Boca Roscoe being able to apply that pressure. And yes, you're limiting the picks that he was able to steal with that IMU, but you still gave her additional mobility with that Joy. And I feel like sometimes people think that, okay, well, if I don't have a huge set type ultimate with the Valentina, that I'm just going to hold off on picking a skill and then just wait for a moment, right? But unlike Boca, he took the electrifying beats there and he was able to get some good outplays. We saw him actually escaping with almost no more HP left, and I think that's where they fell short. And even in terms of the drafting for Shadow9, they had a really solid draft, right? I feel like in terms of the itemizations, that's kind of where they fell short. Khadija, she is a damage roamer, and when you're going up against someone like the Kaja, whose main job is to sustain, and when you get picked off in that early game as well, it kind of sets you back. So I feel like it was up to their team at that point to build some more defense to be that frontline presence that they were missing, right? We saw the Thunderbolt being picked up on their Arla, but at that point, it was way too late, you know? You're now worrying about Thunder when there's been lightning and rain all this time. So I think in terms of the next time we see Shadow9, hopefully they refine some of the itemizations that we see coming out from them.
Definitely, you either win or you lose. That's a time where Shadow9 are going to learn a few things. But Wheezy, just show us what you've got now.
That's right, an amazing game. Nonetheless, Bloodhounds shown that their hard work has been breeding results, right? They're able to close it out, take down Shadow9 with more of a one-sided story. That Martis, man, he was getting up there. It reminds me of when I was playing Martis back in the day. It was my favorite hero. Mobile Legends Bang Bang makes me want to just like go pro, man. Just seeing somebody dominate with your favorite heroes, nothing better than that. But congratulations to Bloodhounds. You guys get to move forward on to the top 8. Shadow9, I hope to see you guys again in more events. We've been seeing you guys compete all year round in every single event that I've at least been able to host, so definitely got to look out for them in the future, and I know this is not the end for them. Next up, guys, we got two powerhouses ready to go head to head. It is going to be the Ohio brothers which is going to be Hoon and some other familiar faces alongside him, going up against Sacred Cardinals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for Game 7.
Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate, then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane.
Legendary!
Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill! Triple kill!
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Ixia.
Ixia? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Ixia.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bringing in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Trex, I heard you got some thrilling news to share with us about the prize pools.
I couldn't have put it any better myself, Liz. What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season. Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only update. Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
You bet, Trex. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every match. But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Weezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Weezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Weezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Sina?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament. Currently, we are on the top 16 teams battling it out for position in the top 8. We are now on match 7. 2 amazing teams ready to fight it out in the land of dawn. Some famous names sneaking up on us. We've got the Ohio brothers going up against the Sacred Cardinals, who will be able to prevail in this amazing best of 1. That's right, it is a best of 1 to be able to move forward. We have 2 amazing casters to paint the picture on all of these engagements. That's right, all the way across in Trinidad, we have Master Rim, and all the way inside of India, we have Scared Yet. Let's go ahead and stop by the caster's desk and see how they're doing.
You know, considering we're both on like opposite sides of the world, one thing we can both agree on is that we are equally allowed to meet in the land of dawn. And how are you, Scared? You know, we're going into a fire-packed match here.
And that's basically a midpoint for us at this point. And yes, I'm excited for this matchup because POB, they've just won a great best of 3, and that too was the finals in another tournament, and now they're back for this one to show their skills in this land of dawn. So we're gonna have Salamanca, Zia, so Benny, best player, and ML player. I believe ML player is whom I have no idea, but we'll just have to find out and figure it out as the first ban the Kaja away, while DSC, who are on the red side, are now going to ban.
So, in regards to Hoon, he's actually Salamanca.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah, it's really strong bans. I feel like these 2 bans right now, they kind of counter each other. You know, well, one of them counters the other, but both of them are going to be banned out, which I think is a pretty smart ban coming in from the side of Survey Corps. The name just tripped me off. It's Sacred Cardinals. My bad. I'm blaming Weezy, y'all. This is Weezy's fault. He confused me before this match started. But I like the ban so far. I think it's really safe, right? It's not like 100% in the meta, but once you know there's potential for a Fanny to be slotted out, I do think it's a pretty safe ban for your first ban there.
That is true, because a good Fanny player can ruin things for your goal laner, and we know how dependent teams are on towards that goal lane unless you're playing a 1-3-1 setup. And with a Fanny, you can actually go for that. You know that the Fanny will just jump and dive towards that back lane. So you would rather get 2 of those offlaners to provide that opening to a Fanny. But nonetheless, pretty solid bans coming in. Beatrix as well as the Arlet. So this shows that it is possible TUB might actually decide to lean towards the carry if in case they want to, because Beatrix is dealing an insane amount of damage at this point.
Absolutely right. And speaking of things that would deal an insane amount of damage, TSC does have second pick right now, so they would have an advantage in terms of the heroes, the first 2 heroes that they're going to be able to slot in for their draft composition. And it's interesting that the Valentino was banned out, because I was going to say it's one of the comfort picks for TOB, right? But I'm not going to discredit them as well, because they do have a pretty versatile hero pool. Depending on what's banned here, the Novaria could be open, which is also a comfort for them. There's also the Faramis, and now that Valentina's gone, it would also be a very strong pickup for their initial prioritization here. So I do think there's a lot of options that they can go, and knowing TOB, they like to prioritize that mid lane.
Indeed, you can go for the Eve, you can go for the Novaria. One of those 2 is definitely going out and open. Now, it is possible that TAC might just ban away Joy and leave everything open, but they're going to respect Hoon. They will first take care of the Eve. Novaria is still up for grabs though, so it is possible for the Ohio brothers to actually pick that up. But Nonetheless, there's also Ling who is available, and we know how easily a Ling can counter the Novaria, especially now that the Assassins can deal a lot more damage. The Novaria in that backline is not at all safe whenever there's a Ling or a Hayabusa or a Lancelot up for grabs, and I don't think so.
All three of them are
going to go in for a Freya though.
Yeah, they're 100% trolling. They know better.
Yeah, definitely.
It would have been interesting. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see a hero from the Northern Vale, but no, we're actually gonna keep it in the ocean, and lock in this Kadita. And again, I think even though it's not like 100% up there in terms of prioritization, just like a Fanny ban, a Kadita first pick, especially when the enemies have 2 picks that could potentially just counter out your mage, like I mentioned, right? They like to prioritize that mid lane. She's a very solid pick, and going up against these 2 responses, I do think she'll still be able to have a relatively easy time going up against them.
Indeed, highly possible. They basically went on the other side of the world, literally from Northern Vale down to the Southern Seas. So
the Southern Seas, yeah.
Yeah, I still remember the data. The Southern Seas are my domain, and I get creepiness out of the way that she says, and I'm not stepping in those waters.
It's threatening, you know? It's definitely giving siren song.
Yeah, just try to step in those waters and you'll see. I'm happy on the land. I'm not going there, but nonetheless, we're going to see the Ohio brothers leaning towards the Uranus for now. So they directly pick a god in their composition up against the Minsada as well as the Fridrin. So I feel that they are going in for some solid draft, TOB. But the response from TSC, it's also pretty good. You've got the Minsata, you know, be easily able to stop those dashes in that King's Calling, as there's a Fredrin who would be able to basically soak up the entire rock waves and even a lot more that was going to be thrown at him in that jungle with that tanky build. Plus, he would have an advantage in those neutral objectives with the Appraiser's Wrath. So that's a pretty solid drop from TSC. I really like the answers coming in from both of those sides, but finally, we're going to see the Novaria being picked up.
And as of right now, it's a pretty solid pick, right? Yes, there is some dive coming in from the side of Ohio brothers, but unlike the Assassins, which we mentioned before, the Ling, the Hayabusa, the Lancelot, the Chow and the Kadita, their mobility is only so limited, right? Kadita, she doesn't have the potential to use the flicker to really get there. However, Sir Benny on this Chow, he's going to have to use a lot of his resources to really take this Novaria off of the board, right? So, and when you look at what he's up against, he has to go through a Minsathar that can kind of cancel him out. So he's not going to be able to use the flicker or his mobility at his disposal as they count his dashes. And then you also have a Fredrin, who's basically just a wall of CC of his own. So I do like that comfortability in terms of the draft for TSC right now. But looking at some of the bans, they are prioritizing on that Claude, which I really think is a good ban for that gold lane position.
And I think that they should probably take away even the carry, unless they want to pick it for themselves, because now they have the first pick. So might as well try and, you know, limit the pool of Zia. And as of now, the Kufra ban coming in kind of shows that you probably are going to put the Cho in that roam position. So as far as I am a fan of a Cho in that roam, with those amazing TikTok plays coming in, Flicker Way of the Dragons, and I love those setups. But the way a Minsathar actually counters the entire potential of Cho is outwardly, right? You cannot use any kind of dash in the King's Calling. You would just be able to use your left stick to walk out of it. And that is if Minsay allows you to do so. Otherwise, you're just going to be caught in the chain CC, in the barrage of CCs, and you'll be finished off.
And on top of that, you have to put some respect on the slow that's going to be coming in from the Astral Echo with the Novaria as well. So in terms of the potential and annoyance coming in from the side of TSC, they have a lot at their disposal. Now I'm seeing them hovering over the Sicilian. I'm not sure if they're going to lock it in. And as of right now, I'm not too sure would they put the Novaria in the wrong position. I mean, they do have the frontline presence to be able to do so, but then that's going to put a lot of trust into that scaling. And if we look at TOP right now, they have some early game pressure, but they also have that late game sustainability. But okay, they're gonna go ahead and go for the Karak, which is a good flex pick, right? He could go into the roam, or the Mensathar could be flexed into different positions at this point. So I do think it offers them a little additional draft pressure by not still revealing what they really want to go for so far.
I really love the way that TSC are actually drafting, keeping the cards safe even till that last pick.
Yeah.
So it totally depends on the last two pick of TUB. They've secured the link, so that's going to be a problem for Novaria, but you also have the Minsatar in line with the King's Calling, so he can save the day. So seeing Link, I personally feel that this might be a cue that Minsatar should play in the roam position to make sure that Novaria actually survives through the burst of best player. That should be a pretty solid answer for them. But what's going to be the matchup in the gold lane is going to be the question. What if TSC actually decides to put the Grok and the EXP and Mincy in the gold lane? And then pick another mage or maybe a full solid tank. I mean, you can't tell me it's impossible.
Especially with 1-3-1 again, you know, it's very much possible. And I think that's what's going to happen here.
And a Yi Sunshine into the jungle, that's going to be pretty solid scaling, to be honest. They would not have any kind of early game pressure apart from the fact that you have a Grok who would be able to rotate in. Might be a little troublesome for them, I guess.
Absolutely right, but I want to touch on this Brody pick. I feel like I really like the security of this Brody in that gold lane, right? He's one of those marksmen. He has so much routes he can do. The Yusanshin did get locked in, so we're potentially going to see a 1-3-1 composition for TSC, but with the Brody in particular, right? He's a really safe pick to go up against, whether that's squishies or tankies, right? We've seen all he really needs to do is build into that Malefic Roar. He can get the Blade of Death to seize for the additional penetration as well as the Hunter Strike, right? And we've seen in one of the M-Series matches where they even went for the Endless Battle to abuse some of that true damage, right? So you have the penetration and you have the true damage. So I do think Brody is a really smart choice for that gold laner, and he can also get some defense, which is also great. But we're heading into this game here scared.
Absolutely, and you basically mentioned each and everything. This composition totally is an early game damage mid snowball versus a mid damage and late snowball. So we'll have to see which one of them actually comes out on top. Will it be the Ohio brothers who are basically on a roll at this point, or will it be Sacred Cardinals to stop the pursuit of victory? Let's jump in the Land of Dawn right away to figure that out.
Absolutely right. If we look at what's happening right now, a lot of damage being exchanged.
Yeah, and wait, are we seeing a Minsathar in the mid lane? All right. Wait a minute. That's a Benny's engage still going in. They actually want to take the first blood. Sloth, not quite slow. Actually gets the hook in. Sir Benny seems to be in trouble now. He bit more than what he could do and will be taken down. That's the first pick right away in the hands of Sacred Cardinals, and what a way to play.
And also, there was like 4 total battle spells was used in that engage, 2 on each side, right? So you can tell what these teams are on here. Best player already securing his level 4, and we saw him already putting that pressure onto Ben there, and that's what he has to consistently do throughout this game. But in the top side, we're seeing a lot of pressures from Ohio brothers.
Oh, and that's another amazing hook coming in from Sloth. And talk about stealing the kill from a wall. That's the way Grok rolls. He literally stole that kill. I would not even stop saying that. That was the kill of Sloth. But nonetheless, we're going to see yet another engage coming in. And this time, Ben QTT seems to be in trouble as Blessed Player wants to finish him off. Quick finger, Blessed Player definitely showing some amazing skill.
Oh my gosh.
Blue gets that hook in and finishes things off in style. Both the teams are just relying on these outplay after outplay. My throat is in trouble for this match.
It's funny that it's funny you mentioned the name outplay, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I love what I'm seeing from the side of Sacred Cardinals right now, right? They have a scaling composition, but they're really playing their cards right. And if you look in the top side, looking for yet another punish.
Absolutely. ML plays, he's been more than he could show. I don't think so he's going to survive that. But wait a minute. He goes in for the consecration, still trying to survive, still getting the HP back. That's the Astral Echo coming in along with the Wild Charge. And Nor seems to be the one who has to run away. But finally, Appraiser's Wrath connecting. And that's going to be the Rough Waves deleting greedy Kenzo right there. And the King's calling in the top side, though. Sloth seems to be in trouble as he will be chased down by Zia QT. And that's going to be another hook landing in, but that's Sir Benezia. One more hit, and he does finish things off in style. And that's going to be the turtle secured by best player. Zia just going to take a few of those tower gold, but whoa, that's actually a pretty good wall coming in from Nor. And all right. That's going to be Zia dashing out of the harm's way. Both the teams are just so very proactive around the map that you always have to keep a constant eye on what's happening.
Absolutely right. And if we look at the economy right now, the gold lead is in favor of Ohio Brothers at this moment, but it's only a few hundred. Just a few more pickoffs, even just one, and Sacred Cardinals would be able to get it pretty much to be evened up across the board. But a good snipe there coming in, stopping that recall, and that's going to potentially give them an advantage up there in the gold lane. Man.
Let's talk about potential advantage, and Sloth just brings in the King's calling to finish things off. That's just, again, both the teams are so very proactive, and whenever you're playing a Minsathar, you're playing a Franco, yes, you definitely rely on their kit, but the most important part of their kit is going to be their hooks. And he is landing them so very perfectly. I mean, I used to think that my Minsathar hooks were pretty good, but seeing the way Sloth is playing, oh man, teach me, Senpai. That's just what I have in mind. But that's going to be ML player yet again. Block one exit from the Grog's wall, but he still have enough time now. No one's going to have...
Oh, Ling!
What about his Ling? But that's going to be Senshin taken down. Best player just having the awareness around the map, will be able to run away as well. Oh no, that's actually a pretty good wall, but no follow-up onto that, as they still have the Finch Push to run away. And that's just Uranus making sure to do the Uranus things.
And I like that he's actually putting some pressure in the mid lane rather than cutting his EXP, right? Looking at how Sacred Cardinals, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, but does the Appraiser Wrath connect? No, it does not. And ML player again is gonna just taunt worst boyfriend out. And look at that, he's back to his full HP, and that is the most annoying part of Uranus. That if you're not able to finish him off in one burst, he's gonna jump back in the next 2 seconds with the full HP and ready to go again. And your skills will be on a 50 seconds cooldown, but nonetheless, that's Turtle secured a good way of the dragon, and that's a knockup. That's it for Grog. He would not be able to survive that. And that is yet another pick-off for the Ohio Brothers. And now we're going to see a goal lead being built up. A 1.5k goal lead, and Zia QT now secures the Blade of Despair. Yes, going 1-3, but should be about time for him to come online and show some presence around the map.
And speaking of presence right now, ML player.
He is still in between 4 people. Consecration along with the Purify. He runs out of the harm's way while best player goes in for the Tempest of Blades. Astro comes in. That's a full-fledged engage. A shutdown coming in onto the Kadita. That's going to be Essential taken down, but a good ball coming in to stop the exits of ML player to finally shut things down for him. The blue buff still surviving, would be stolen away by Ben QTT, but I wouldn't call it stealing away. He probably secured or saved his own buff, and that's the Demon Hunter's Sword picked up by Sloth.
Absolutely right. Not only did the Demon Hunter Sword get picked up, looking at Zia on this Brody, who taken 3 deaths actually, but is still able to secure that Blade of Despair. And we saw the chip damage that he's being able to have at his disposal, right? If you look at Ohio Brothers, they have some poke damage, but they also have a lot of burst potential. Which, when you look at Sacred Cardinals, they're mostly a poke inducing composition, right? They have the Novaria with the snipes, and then you have the overtime damage coming in from Slot there on the Minsathars. But we're seeing some recall spams happening here from Sorbene, boosting his team's momentum right now. But yeah, if we look at what they have going for them, Sacred Cardinals, they have a good draft. They just have to wait for some of these counterplays. And speaking of counterplays,
that's going to be Salamanca going in for the rough phase right on towards Boyfriend, who just flickers out of the harm's way along with the King's Calling, and they pick Salamanca off. Talk about giving them a taste of their own medicine. You're like, all right, you want to go for the rough phase? You want to pick one of us off? Here we go. Back in the King's Calling. You cannot dash out of that, mermaid. We're going to drown you in your own water. And they actually managed to do that. But for now, it's going to be Sir Bene who will be taken down. So that is the proactiveness of Sacred Cardinals. Just making sure that they're going to pick those people off. But before they could turn it into any kind of advantage, both the side outer two turrets are taken down, and that's going to be best player going in for the Tempest of Play is going to pick off Yi Sunshine Greedy. Kenzo is just not being able to take his own buff and survive. That's the way Ohio brothers are playing. They know who they need to shut down, and that's ML player with the consecration yet again gonna get that healing back. If there's no Yi Sunshine available, you would not be able to burst him down unless he's in the tower and there's a King's Calling in your foot.
And not only in terms of getting some burst potential, shutting down Kenzo also removes Sacred Cardinals' ability to push these towers a little bit more. But an engage here.
Absolutely, another one way of the dragon, this time on Greedy Kenzo back in his own tower. So Sir Bene would be the one who would be taking a lot of damage, and everyone, the slow on HP ML player, gonna have that poke happily. He's just gonna get his stats reset up, so he'll be happily taking that poke away. 1-4-0 pick off, and it's gonna go in favor of Sacred Cardinals.
Absolutely right. And looking at the gold lead right now, it's just above 500.
No way ML player survives this. Please do not survive this. Please someone take him down. That's the chain CC. Finally, thank God he falls. Had he survived this one, it would have been a major blow. But for now, the blow is going to go in the form of rough waves. That's a double kill for Salamanca. And Verse Boyfriend follows up. Finished off Zia QT along with best player. Finishing things off. It's just Ben QTT and Grok remaining. Tempest of Blaze used up. Cannot get the knock up in, but that's going to be the flick away of the dragon coming in and a wipeout. The Ohio brothers take the inhibitor and probably the game. It's still 2 more seconds for Greedy to come back, but he would not be able to defend it as the crystal will fall and the Ohio brothers continue their victory.
Man, what combos we saw coming in from Salamanca as well as Sir Benny there on this show. Yes, he did end up getting that unfortunate medal there. I really don't think that he deserved it, right? There was a lot of pressure being applied just by having this show. And if we look at some of the items right now, Salamanca opted to go in for that magical penetration route. You get some additional magic damage as well as sustainability for the Clock of Destiny, but pairing that up with that penetration, giving you more damage early game, it forced Norris there to get that Athena shield relatively earlier on. And if we look at the rest of the team, no one else was able to slot in any of that magic defense. Yes, a lot of them picked up that tough boots, but it really was not enough to sustain the damage that's coming in. And we're looking at Zia and best players well, already securing 2 of their core items, even best player with 3, right? So if you look at some of the statistics right now, I'm expecting to see a lot of push coming in from Zia on this Brody, right? We saw him just taking these objectives while the Survey Corps, yes, they were getting some outplays in other stages of the map. Zia was really focused on opening up the side for them and pushing some of these towers. So really good game being played from the side of TOP, but also an equally good response coming in from the side of TSC as well. So I think it's a really good game played from both sides, from the drafting to the execution to the outplays. Like they did their thing, Scared. I think so.
Indeed, I was enjoying that game, and I told you that's going to be a challenge to my throat for continuing going for that high. But nonetheless, it was amazing to watch both of these teams go back and forth every now and then. But one thing that the Ohio brothers did was that getting those towers on those side lanes. If they were losing a member on towards those mid fights, they made sure to turn it into some kind of objective. And you know, actually gave them the opening for that. That was ML player on Uranus. Just jumping between 4 people every now and then. It took 4 people to even stop
burst them down. Yeah.
He survived all of that. And then you see on the map, there's Ixia who's taking down your towers on those sidelines. That's the reason why Ohio brothers were getting those openings and were winning in those trade-offs, even though it was the Minnesota who got the highest grade in that middle. So I really enjoyed that match. What about you, Weezy?
Man, I enjoyed that for a couple of reasons. First of all, that Minnesota was going crazy. Even though they weren't able to close that game out, that has to be the best Minnesota gameplay I think I have seen in a while. Honestly, that may be the best I've ever seen, ever. So I gotta give credit over there to the Sacred Cardinals to be able to pull that off. They didn't just go up against like your average team, right? That was up against all superstars in North America. And to be able to play like that with some micro, that is insane. And I look forward to seeing them compete in future tournaments. But the Ohio brothers doing the Ohio brothers things. We'll be able to move on forward on to the top 8 for our amazing Nighthorde and Mobile Saiyans tournament. And that leaves only one more match for today to finish off the top 16 down to the top 8. One more seat for the top 8 position. 2 teams ready to go head to head. Ignis Esports versus the Revolutions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the final game.
Talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. Arclight Outlaw, Ixia. Passive, Siphon Starlium. Ixia's basic attacks and skills apply a Starlium charge to targets on hit. When using a basic attack on an enemy with 2 Starlium charges, all charges will be consumed to increase the attack's physical damage, while healing Ixia for the same amount of HP. Siphon Starlium can trigger on all enemies in front of Ixia that are within her attack range. First skill, Dual Beam. Ixia fires 2 energy beams along the ground that deal physical damage and slow enemies within a rectangular area, while increasing her movement speed for a duration. Enemies hit by both beams will take double damage. Second skill, Star Helix. Ixia unleashes a canister of Starlium energy in the target direction and knocks back nearby enemies. After a short delay, the released energy pulls enemies to the middle line and deals physical damage. Ultimate, Full Barrage. Ixia reassembles her weapon into 6 small weapons and enters the Barrage state for a period of time. In Barrage state, Ixia's skills can only be cast within the Ultimate's fan-shaped area, but they gain much more range, and her basic attacks can simultaneously hit up to 6 targets, prioritizing heroes within the same area. When in Barrage state, the damage of Siphon Starlium is also increased. In the laning phase, Ixia can initiate by using her second skill to pull enemies together, then use her first skill to deal double damage to the lined up targets. Use the extra movement speed from her first skill to chase and finish off enemies with basic attacks. In teamfights, Ixia should get to a safe position that can cover the most enemies within the range of her ultimate. Then use enhanced basic attacks together with her second and first skill to CC enemies and crush down her enemies. Ixia is strong in 1v1 situations and is also exceptional in teamfights by providing CC and AoE damage. Kite enemies with her skills in the early and mid game and wait for a good opportunity to unleash her ultimate in teamfights. Upgrade Ixia's first skill at level 1. Then continue to prioritize upgrading her first skill as the main source of her damage. Ixia's first skill deals double damage to enemies in the center. So, use her second skill to pull enemies together before unleashing her first skill to maximize the damage. Ixia's second skill can knock back nearby enemies, so use it when the enemies try to dive in to keep them at bay. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword are Ixia's core pieces of equipment because the high attack speed and basic attack bonuses fit her playstyle. Get Windtalker to further enhance Ixia's sustained damage, and Malefic Roar in the late game to increase her damage against tanks. We recommend the Flicker Battle spell for Ixia to make up for her lack of mobility. Ixia's skills allow her to easily kite enemies, making her a great counter to close-range heroes and heroes with no CC skills, such as Fredrin and Bane.
Legendary!
Ixia is countered by heroes with burst damage or CC skills, such as Saber and Aemon, due to her poor survivability. Ixia's ultimate can deal a lot of continuous AoE damage, so heroes with CC skills are her ideal teammates, such as Atlas and Vexana.
Double kill! Triple kill!
Ixia is great at kiting enemies, but her damage is not high in the early game, so make good use of her second skill CC and the movement speed bonus of her first skill to poke and kite enemies. In the late game, and fully geared, Ixia should find a safe position that can cover most enemy heroes in her ultimate and melt them with her endless barrage of attacks. Don't forget that her high HP lifesteal from her passive can keep her alive long enough to finish off her enemies.
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. Telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nighthorde Mobile Saiyans tournament. Currently, we are on the top 16 teams fighting it out for a place in the top 8. The number 1 team for this entire event will get an $1,000 cash prize sent to split between their entire team and 100,000 dimes provided by Moonton to the top 16. What more could you ask for, as the House of Pisces was able to provide that amazing cash prize, and Nighthorde, Mobile Saiyans, the MLSA, all able to collaborate on this amazing event. Speaking of amazing things, we are now moving on to match 8, the final game of today, best of 1. It will be Ignis Esports, who we've seen win the Cyberpunk tournament. They came in first place, dominating against everybody, going up against Revolutions, who will be able to take this victory and claim their seat in the top 8, and who will be sent home. Let's go ahead and swing on over to our amazing casters desk to meet up with, all the way in Trinidad, Master Rim, and then on the opposite side of the world, Scared Yet from India. Let's go ahead and stop on by.
What's goody? I'm just happy about the fact that now my video will not lag. So yeah, people are gonna see my face moving properly this time in this game, but nonetheless, Rem, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, you know. I'm excited to see both these teams. I'm really good friends with both of them, so I'm excited to see how they're gonna kind of match up against each other. You know, I feel like Revolution has the potential to put up a really good fight up against Ignis Esports, but man, when it comes to tournaments, you have to put some respect on Ignis, as well, as they are our Cyberpunk champions.
That is true. Now, I'm just looking at the names right now, and it's meow 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 and ha ha ha. So I don't think I'll be exactly pronouncing them in that way, but nonetheless, yes, it's just as you mentioned, Ignis Esports are like a different team whenever they're playing in a tournament. So Revolution would definitely have some kind of pressure coming into this match, but it totally depends if they would be able to take it on easily or not. If they give up on the pressure, it's going to be a troublesome game for them. It will require them to get in some of those outplays coming in. But nonetheless, we will see what kind of game style both of these are going to have. As first, we'll be looking into the draft. Both of the majors being banned out. I'm expecting them to take away even the Valentina.
Absolutely right. And I think for Revolution, banning out the Eve, it's understandable, right? She can apply a lot of pressure. She has the zoning. She also has, you know, the utility at her disposal. And not to mention, when she picks up that ice cream wand, it just gets worse. You can't even move at that point. But speaking of having some points here, I can count on one hand how much times I've seen this Leslie be banned out in the first phase, and it's not common. So I'm not exactly scared, just that amount. So very interesting bans coming in from the side of Ignis here.
I guess, I mean, Weezy, are you playing in one of those accounts? Alright, jokes apart. I guess they just want to keep the draft open at this point because they've got the first pick. So taking away the Leslie as well as the Claude, it also gives a little more breathing room in their goal lane. They might as well want to pick the Beatrix up. But again, we're going to see the Fanny as well as the Valentina being taken away by Revolution. So Ignis might want to prioritize picking up on probably the Arlott if they want to. They would have a breathing room in the XP. We're talking about breathing room. We are seeing a Uranus yet again.
Now, the marksman bans that they did decide to go for does definitely make sense. I feel like when you look at Leslie, the true damage can definitely kind of make it harder for Uranus to do his job and sustain damage, right? It's instant burst, and whether he does have that defense, you can only do so much when it comes to, you know, that true damage, right? And when you look at Claude, one of his core items being that Demon Hunter sword, really gonna shred through heroes that can't sustain and also has that high HP pool, which Uranus does have. So I do think it not only makes it easier for whatever they decide to draft in the gold lane, but it makes it easier for him to do his job. And Scared, this, I see the Florin. I love this Florin pick. I love it so much.
Do Ignis actually want to go in for that unlimited heal kind of composition? You've got a Uranus who will be entirely relying on that heal. Then there's a Florin who's basically got a universal heal, the Bloom, and I guess maybe pick up a Beatrix with a Heart's Claw. No, never mind. We're gonna pick a mage who's got healing in her passive. That's going to be the Kadita with an instant burst. So Sato would have to play it safe. Running with the Purify already, I really like that battle spell. And now they're gonna secure their EXP as well. That's going to be the Alert. Now we've seen it time and time again. Uranus will have the advantage over the Alert unless Alert's level 4. And even after that, I believe Uranus would have enough tankiness to actually sustain through all of that damage. Thank you, Steel Leg Plays, for that defense.
Absolutely right. And if we look at what's been slotted in for the first 3 picks on both sides, I think the potential of this Florin pick is so overlooked, right? Yes, you can have sustainability on your team, but it's easily countered out. You have the Sea Halberd, you have Necklace for the mages, and you also have Dominance Ice. But what I love about the Florin pick, especially into the Minotaur, right? I mean, and with the Uranus, sorry. He is going to potentially build in the Oracle at one point, which is going to boost his sustainability. And when you look at this Florin, when she pops her ultimate, she gives everyone on the team immunity to heal cutting and shield regeneration effects for a few seconds. So at some point in the team fight, there is not going to be a counter to the sustainability. And I feel like that's where they're really going to capitalize, and we're going to see the strength of their composition.
Absolutely, and it's probably a 2-second immunity if I'm not wrong. I'd have to give it.
I think it's 3. I'm pretty sure it's 3 seconds. Yep, even worse.
3 seconds. That's even worse. Exactly. So again, both of these teams not focusing down on the bands of assassins. I mean, all 4 of them assassins: Hellcat, Lancelot, Karina, even Ling. There's just Hayabusa who's remaining on the table. So no way are we gonna see a Layla in this composition. Please don't take a Layla.
I mean, who's gonna get to her?
Not a Layla. The question is absolutely correct. Who's going to catch her? Definitely no one, but not a Layla. Come on. I know that the damage is actually insane at this point, and a lot of people would definitely prefer a Layla, but still the jungler for the side of Revolution is missing. They are going to log that in the last place. So if that's a Hayabusa, you already know that Layla is more or less dead, because I've seen it time and time again. Even if you go and press the Wind of Nature, the immunity, if in case the situation allows and there are a couple of people around you, it is possible that the shadow kill would bounce onto the other people, and then once your immunity is over, it's gonna bounce it back onto you. And then you're just one shuriken away from being finished off, and that's the way our Hayabusa rolls. But for now, we're gonna see the Granger into the jungle and probably up against the Bane.
No, I know why they showed the Odette for a brief second there. Definitely know I'm casting this game. They know my love for it. I'm literally Global 7 Odette right now. So they knew what they were doing with that Odette swap. But they're going to go ahead and secure the Bane for the jungle. And I like it. You know, going up against the Granger, I do think they have pretty even matchups in terms of jungle clear. But Scared, I want to ask you, man, whose draft are you in favor of here? That was a hard choice, huh?
A very tough question. Okay, so the draft for the side of Revolution, it relies on that crowd control. You have got the Kaja who will be going in with those Divine Judgment initiations, plus you've got the Alert who will try to give the setups in the form of that final slash. While for Ignis, it's totally on that heal, unlimited heal. Florin, you've got the you have got the Bloom. You're gonna give the heal, a lot of heal to your own team, and Uranus would be the one who would be opening up the map. So in terms of tankiness, yes, they lack it a lot. But if in case they can compensate for it using that amount of healing, I guess they would have enough to get that opening in. But we would have to see how it actually is gonna roll out in the game. But if you're asking me, the draft of Revolution is a little bit above Ignis Esports, but I would really love to see Ignis's draft work out. You always want to see those outplays. And talking about that, we'll be jumping in the land of dawn, everyone. Ignis Esports on the blue side. rather call them healing esports at this point, up against Revolutions on the red side.
So we're going sustain versus damage for the final game of day 3 in the Nighthorde X Mobile Saiyans tournament. And I think it's going to be such a thrilling match to end off on. And I actually noticed the emblem that the Uranus is running. We mentioned that they've been running the basic common emblem, and people overlook it, right? Yes, the assassin emblem and the mage emblems, they are the ones that really got some of the hype this season with the recent changes, but the sustainability in terms of that mana side of things for heroes like the Uranus, the Alice, that has to spam their skills to really be beneficial, especially since he does stacking damage, right? It's really a really good emblem there for him. But speaking of things being good here, he might be in a bad position.
Nah, he's not. That's
the Uranus. You're right.
Yeah, that's Uranus. You think that maybe he's gonna get picked off, and then boom, there's a purifier, there's a consecration, and this time you'll also see the bloom coming in from Doctor. So nah, he's not dying. No way I'm gonna always focus on a Uranus who would be caught in between 4 people, as we know he will survive. But nonetheless, talking about the mid lane pressure, we know that there's a Faramis, there's also Poseidon on the Kaja, so they would have the priority in the mid lane. They would be able to clear it quickly and should be able to transition it onto those side lanes. But for now, Ignis are the ones who have that control, and it's just as we expected. Before level 4, Zed is gonna face a lot of trouble on the alert, especially when he's up against the Uranus. Now, there's one thing that I noticed, that Meow is actually missing quite a few of those minions, since Zed is the one who has that EXP advantage.
Absolutely right, but the Uranus, right, his ultimate really isn't, but before I get into that,
oh, that's the ultimate you're gonna catch with that low HP in. The rough waves connects, and that's gonna be the turtle secured, but Zed will fall in that fight. Poseidon goes in for the divine judgment, but there's absolutely no damage whatsoever, and even Frizz was retreating back to safety. Sato seems to be in trouble, gets Meow back in the tower and gets the pick off. We're gonna see the flicker coming in from Tamal, wants to go in for the slow, and will be able to take care with the skill too. And that's yet another pick off coming. That is going back and forth. Beatleski as well as Tamal, both of them fall, and Revolution come on top with 3 finishes.
Now, it's really a good response there, being able to take some kills of their own. And Ignis Esports has to be careful, right? They have a sustaining composition. Their damage is really instant, especially when you have Settle there on this Faramis with the Cult Altar. They really have to play into their win condition. And if they lose the lead in the early game, it could smell trouble. But speaking of trouble,
that's the divine judgment connecting, but Tamal with the bloom gets in for that universal heal, still surviving as he goes for the slow, but will be taken down. Contact 4 people. That's an amazing deadly cast to stop Bitoski in his tracks. He almost got that form in rough ways, but a brilliant use of the deadly catch from Fizz.
You know what that reminded me of, Scared? You know that one scene in The Little Mermaid when Ariel swims into the abandoned ship that her father always tells her not to go into, and the shark kind of caught her and she escaped by using the mirror to frighten the shark? You know, that's what that just reminded me of there. Really good outplay coming in with that deadly catch from the Bane, and it's one of the reasons why I really liked the pickup as well. You're going up against the dive composition essentially, or in terms of the mid lane matchup, Kadita, she has to dive you to get that damage being done. But speaking of damage being done here, Santino having to almost recall back to the base due to the poke damage coming in from this Melissa. But Turtle picked up for the side of Ignis.
Now, there's the thing, right? You have got a double marksman composition for Ignis Esports. For the early game, Granger will control the pace in that early game damage department, while for the late game, they do have the Melissa. And even Granger hits if you're a squishy hero. That Rhapsody can take you down, but for now, we're gonna catch Beatleski in the Divine Judgment along with the Deadly Cat, but he still survives. The rough phase does not connect on anyone. Poseidon with the Cult Altar still trying to survive, as that's going to be the Melissa dealing a ton of damage to everyone. And in the backline, we're gonna see the Death Sonata! And the Rhapsody connects on 2. That's 3. Get a triple Probably a maniac Fizz will be able to run back in his own tower, and we will see them tanking it. We'll see a maniac coming in. Ignis Esports on the roll.
You know, it's insane. When you have something like the Granger in that jungle position, you really want them to snowball, and him picking up that maniac is just going to spike the potential. A fed Granger is so hard to shut down because he's going to build that Hunter Strike. He's going to get that brute force, and that's just going to give him some additional mobility. We did see the final slash not being able to connect. It would have been great if it did, but something that's also great for the side of Ignis, them being able to steal the blue buff from right under Revolution's nose.
Absolutely. And here's the thing about Frizz. You are on the Bane. He went in for that tanky route, so it's going to require him a lot of farm to actually build up for that damage. He does not have a damage item. So you are totally relying on your carry for that damage, because even Arlet is going in for the Thunderbelt. Apart from the Fury Hammer, yes, can deal a decent amount of damage, but not enough to take them down. So there's basically no early game damage coming in from the side of Revolution. So that's one of the reasons why Ignis basically have a free reign at this point, as he would not be able to take Meow down whatsoever. Tamal, no way you're going to take that tower just for the basic attack. He actually did.
I mean, and he can afford to do so, right? It is a Florian. He's just going to be able to get the heal off of those minions. And if we look at some of the items that's being picked up, Uranus does have the Dominance Ice, and I'm pretty sure he's building into the Oracle right now. So I like how they're optimizing, right? They're trying to get as much sustainability in that early game as possible. Khadija, she is looking for that Genius Wand to increase the overall damage that she's dealt. But speaking of damage being dealt here,
that's the rough waves, but it's actually rough for Vitoski. But no way!
Oh,
and dog there between everyone along. There was no Tamal right there, otherwise he would have definitely survived. He did not get the heal on time, but nonetheless, that's still two people taken down as the Rhapsody did the trick. And that's going to be the blue buff stolen yet away. I cannot even fathom the fact that Vitoski provided the opening for Doctor to actually jump in and take them down. And that's going to be the deadly catch used up, but they cannot defend their tower whatsoever. That's a fed Granger you're up against. Is basically laughing at this point because he is having a day of his life. But that's going to be the spinning light wheels coming in as the final slash did connect. We will see them going in for the chase. Tamal actually brought back in along with he is still surviving as the Rhapsody did not connect, but he will get some HP back with that creep. And look at the back line. That's Meow trying to jump in and brought back into the inhibitor to finish things off.
Man, what a clash they're coming in. And I like that Revolutions is having an answer for what is being thrown at them right now. So I do think it's pretty good responses that's coming in from them.
Indeed. And again, it's basically the early to mid game that has been controlled by Granger. And now we will see Doctor on the MLSA as well. With the go away, there's no one who would be able to close in that gap. Yes, you can get that AoE in, but you still would be getting hit with the Inspire as well as the Cuddles and Muddles combination. So that is where the trouble would begin. Plus, I've not even started to talk about Tamal with that healing, using the So as well as the Bloom. Plus, you would also have that Immobilize and I believe a split-second stun coming in with the Sprout. So you've got a ton of things that you're facing on right now, and the only escape that you probably have is the Cult Vault. But for now, we're going to see an amazing Divine Chat where the Blooms comes in to save his life along with the Deadly Cat. In between four people, yet again, Doctor with the go away, keeps them all out of harm's way, but Zed wants to jump back in towards that backline, will be knocked up, will finally be shut down. Tamal steals away the kill, but nonetheless, he deserved that. But where is this Granger hanging? What?
I mean, he was hanging by his neck right there, the way he got snatched with that Divine Judgment. And it's just to tell you, because of the lead right now, they are still going to start up on this Lord, but we are seeing a contest coming in from Revolutions.
I don't think so they should actually go in for the Lord. It's probably just a bait for Frizz to come out in the harm's way, as he is being chunked down low by Meow. And he is just a Uranus. You do not have the spinning light wheels of carry at this point to actually burst him down right away. That's going to be another go away to keep them all at bay. In trouble will be taken down. That's the pick that they needed. And now they will take down the Lord.
And it's really smart optimizations coming in from Ignis Esports, right? They're bidding up resources. And then, again, they don't even have to use much of their own just because of how sustainable they are. We're seeing the impact coming in from this Florin. And again, the impact coming in from Uranus here, right? He can just continue to apply pressure across the lane. And it's just kind of reminiscent of when him and Esmeralda, if you saw Uranus, you saw the Esmeralda, right? And speaking of what he does have, I mentioned he was going to pick up that Oracle, which is just going to boost some of his own sustainability. The Melissa, she is also running that Inspire as her battle spell. She has her core items, and 2 of those items actually give some physical lifesteal as well. So when you pair that, oh my gosh, they're just being really absurd and obnoxious with the sustainability here. Scared. That is a Queen's Wings being picked up from this Uranus here, and they are just rubbing salt on the wound at this point.
Indeed, I thought it was actually going to be a brute force breastplate because of the items that he was bringing. Never did I even imagine it's going to be a Queen's Wings. That's literally just what you said. Salt on the wounds. As if he's going to get low, he's going to get a lot more heal. Imagine getting full HP when you're down to 10% HP with just a bloom, as there's no more anti heal coming in. But for now, we're going to see the Divine Judgment on the perfect target, but that's another bloom. Looking for the outplay, gets every one of them low in such an HP that they would be executed even in a second. But they just landed one pick onto Zed, and even Sato survives. But my goodness, Poseidon is doing everything that he can. He's getting the right target every single time, but that's just the bloom at the perfect moment. At this point, Revolution need to realize that it's not the Melissa, it's not the Granger, it's not Bitoski, it is Tamal who they need to bring between their own lineup. They need to get this Florin out of the harm's way.
But a kind of slash.
Indeed, that's finally Meow taken down. He went way too deep. Purify was there, but I don't think he even had a time to react onto that play.
Absolutely right. And again, they have to continue to try to find some pickoffs like this if you are the side of Revolution right now. Ignis Esports, they have the economy, they have the map pressure, and they also have the items. If we're looking at Granger, he's building into that Blade of Despair for his final item right now. He does have his damage as well. And looking at the Kadita, I'm pretty sure she's also going to try to go in for that Divine Glaive. We've been seeing them prioritizing going in for that full magic penetration before they slot in some additional items, right? This Florin, she's actually about to pick up that Oracle, which is just going to boost the sustainability coming in for Ignis as well. But in terms of what Revolutions has going for them, I would have still liked to see the Faramis pick up the necklace a little bit earlier. He is building into it now, but I feel like at this point he should have secured that earlier. But speaking of things to be secured, there's Lord here potentially being used as another bait.
I don't think so. It seems like they're actually going in for that full contest, but yes, it is possible. I believe they themselves are in the predicament where should we use it as a bait or should we just take it down? So they find the opening, they took it down entirely. Now, again, the main target for Revolution should be Tamal on the Florin. If they catch Tamal, they win the fight. That is done and dusted, 100%. If they cannot find Tamal, they're going to be bursted down just like this. The cult order to bait things out. The Death Sonata. Melody is not enough to finish off Santino, and that's going to be the full engage going in. Melissa just auto-attacking like anything. And that's Bloom for the pick-off. That's yet another finish coming in their own way. 3-for-0 trade, and this lot seems to be it for Revolutions, as just 2 people, Santino, not even 2, just 1, Santino. Now Sato comes in with that. They do not even need the Lord, as the minions are enough to take down the Crystal. That was just so very quick. And Ignis Esports, what a comp to bring in and what a way to win.
Absolutely right. And I've been seeing people kind of discredit the power of this flooring. And if we look at the items that's being picked up, we see a lot of sustainability from the side of Ignis Esports, right? And on top of that, Kadita, she had the damage. She did opt in to go in for the magical penetration route, which is great, right? In combination with Doctor being able to get his full build just 15 minutes into the game, essentially, we saw the combination of the poke damage with models, and then you pop that Inspire on top of that. It's just, like I said before, rubbing salt in the wound, right? If we look at what Revolution has going for them, Sato didn't even get time to build in some of that heal cutting items, right? There's one dominance ice coming in from the side of Revolution. So I think they really needed to prioritize that. I feel like something safer for Sato to do. He could have gotten the Enchanted Talisman if he wanted the additional cooldown, as well as that necklace for some additional utility for his scene, because Florence, she doesn't have any items such as the fleeting time to reduce that ultimate cooldown, right? So there would have been moments where they could have capitalized. But if we look at the statistics coming in, heavy team fight participation for the side of Ignis right now, the damage to towers coming in from Doctor, really being objective focused in this game to open up the map. We saw the early rotations coming in once he was able to secure his tower there in that gold lane. And man, I just have to say, you have to respect Mia, right? Usually when you see a kitten, you really wanna pet it, right? It's a really safe one of those animals, you know. You can pet them, you can caress them, but not Meow. He was a tiger breed in this game.
Indeed, there's one small kitty and then there's the king of the jungle. That's exactly what he was in this situation. But nonetheless, it's just as you mentioned, it all came down to the itemizations. Had they itemized a little bit more better, they would have had that damage as well as the anti-healing time. Yeah. The reason why Faramis actually did not go in for a necklace early on was because of the fact they only had carry with a damage build. Yeah. Everyone else, a full tank. You see the alert, yes, a Fury Hammer, but that's just for the first 2 minutes, so probably a 3-minute mark. Not after that. You need a solid item after that. And then you see Bane, the Thunderbelt, a Brute Force Breastplate, no damage at all. You only have a Faramis and a carry, Santino and Sato, only people with that damage. So that was the reason why they did not go in for that necklace. I personally feel that if in case the jungler as well as the EXP were going in for that tanky build, they should have been the ones to build the dominance ice. Yep. Yeah, they delayed it a little longer, or they could have gone in for one damage item and then would have gone in for that sustain, so that Sato would have built in the Necklace of Durance before the glowing wand. That might have helped them out, but again, they needed to cast them all in that Divine Judgment. That was the only way, and you called it the Florent pick. It worked out perfect.
Yeah.
That healing was amazing.
Amazing indeed, and some excellent breakdowns from Rim and Scared Yet, all the way from Trinidad and also from India. And now, from the state of Florida, welcome back to the host desk. My name is Steph Wheezy, and man, that was an exciting game, right? We got to see Ignis Esports go up against Revolutions. Ignis Esports, who won the Cyberpunk tournament in its entirety, fought their way through 32 teams, won an $1,000 cash prize, and also had the biggest portion of those 100,000 diamonds. Now back at it again, wreaking havoc and able to take down Revolutions with fashion. So that is going to conclude today's matches. Guys across the land of Dawn and girls, thank you so much for spending your time with us today. It has been a pleasure to be able to also host and cast these games alongside this amazing caster panel. We had Rim in the building, Scared Yet, Kronos. Make sure you guys shout them out as well on painting those perfect pictures for all these insane games. It's such a pleasure to be able to have such a great team behind us. So that is going to conclude everything. I will not be here next week, guys. This will be ran by Talon, but you will still be able to see some amazing casters and some amazing games. You've officially made it to the top 8, and it only gets harder from here, right? You've seen some amazing teams climb to the top, but the question is, who can keep on that pressure? Who can keep that momentum going? And who will push through to the top 4? We'll find all that out next week, live at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You guys will be able to find out more information on the Nighthorde Discord server, though. So, guys, make sure you guys stop over there. It's in the pinned comment for today's stream and also in the description as well. That way you can be up to date where the live stream will be and also where the competition is. As always, it's been a pleasure. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. We'll see you guys on the next one. Appreciate y'all tuning in on the amazing Nighthorde and Mobile Saiyans tournament for the top 16. Shout out to all the teams that competed, and we'll see you guys later. Peace and love.
Talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides